Are you also tired of one-size-fits-all weight loss plans? Meet Noom, the personalized solution that meets you where you are. Noom is able to understand your unique needs, from dietary restrictions to medical concerns. Unlike restrictive programs, Noom embraces your lifestyle and choices. Discover a sustainable approach to weight loss, tailored just for you. Honestly, Noom felt like it was made for me. It's not just about what I eat, it's about understanding why. With Noom, I've learned so much about myself and built healthier habits that stick. It's all about progress, not perfection. Say goodbye to restrictive diets and experience the Noom app for yourself with personalized lessons and expert coaching. Noom's psychology and biology-based approach has helped over 5.2 million people achieve their goals. Stay focused on what's important to you with Noom's psychology and biology-based approach. Sign up for your trial today at Noom.com. That's Noom.com. And check out Noom's first ever cookbook, The Noom Kitchen, for 100 healthy and delicious recipes to promote better living. Available to buy now wherever books are sold. You love podcasts, the stories, the laughs, the unexpected turns. But when this episode ends, the silence starts. Not anymore. Audiobooks.com turns that silence into your next great adventure. With over 450,000 titles, from bestsellers to hidden gems, your love for listening just found its new best friend. And because you already know the joy of audio, we're giving you 3 free audiobooks to start your journey. Imagine your favorite podcast, now with unlimited episodes. That's audiobooks.com. Keep the story going. Sign up for your free trial at audiobooks.com/podcastfree today. Because for podcast lovers like you, the end of an episode is just the beginning. That's audiobooks.com/podcastfree.
Welcome to All About Agatha, the podcast dedicated to reading and ranking every single mystery novel written by the Queen of Crime, Dame Agatha Christie. I am Kemper Donovan, and listeners, I just have to share with you that my debut mystery novel, The Busybody, is a USA Today bestseller. I have many of you to thank for this. If you went out and bought a copy of my book, you didn't even have to go out. You could have gotten an ebook. I'm so grateful to all of you who did that, and I want to encourage any of you who haven't to go out and buy it and share in the love and the joy of this Agatha Christie-inspired creation of mine. I'm not going to spend a long time shilling for my book here, but I just wanted to share that good news with you. I am recording this fresh off of a number of live bookstore events where I had in-person interactions with many of you, and it meant so much to me. Thank you to everyone who I saw out there. I will be in Pasadena, fairly close to home, this coming week. That's on Wednesday, the 7th of February. And 2 weeks after that, I will be in Santa Barbara. If you want more details on any of that, click on the link to my website in the notes to this episode. I will move swiftly along now because we have so very much to cover. But there's one more preamble before I get to the title we're discussing. For a while now, I have had it on my to-do list to provide transcripts for each episode that I produce on this podcast. One of my co-hosts for the All About Ableism in Christie episode pointed this out to me, that if I really want to be an ally to the disabled community, it's really important to provide transcripts for an audio podcast. I'm thrilled to report that Apple Podcasts will be auto-generating transcripts, and I've tested them and they are excellent. They seem excellent. We shall see, because this is a new thing. It requires downloading the latest iOS version 17.4. You should be able to do this in over 170 countries. And transcript generation is supported in English, French, German, and Spanish as of now. I'm sure they'll be adding more languages later. So I just wanted to get the word out about that in case you know someone who may benefit from that transcript service for this podcast or any podcast. And I'm going to be observing those proceedings closely as this auto transcript program rolls out to see if it's working. And I would appreciate any feedback from anyone out there who's using it or knows of other people using it, because I obviously want to make sure that this is something that's working for the people who need it. And by the way, not just those who might need it to be able to experience the podcast, but also for purposes of scholarship, it's often extremely useful to have transcripts. So I'm really thrilled that this seems to be an option now via Apple Podcasts. And I do appreciate that not everyone listens to the podcast via Apple Podcasts / iTunes. But this seems like a robust option for transcripts, and I just wanted to highlight it for all of you. All right. We are going to be discussing The Mousetrap by Agatha Christie. This is such a big episode. I have two guests on this episode who I'll be interviewing. The first is Philip O'Neill, who is a member of the family at the center of the real-life tragedy that inspired Agatha Christie to write what would become The Mousetrap. And the second is Scott Ratner, a mystery and theater enthusiast and scholar who I've been meaning to have on the podcast for quite some time now. I've also got two very significant listener contributions on this episode. And besides that, there's a whole lot of me. So just tons of content here. And normally when I do these big episodes, because I know a lot of people are listening, this is when I choose to do my marathon mailbag / housekeeping segments. I have so much material to cover in this episode. I'm actually quite concerned by how long this episode's going to be, though preposterous longevity is kind of appropriate given the subject of this episode. Even so, I am going to keep my housekeeping segment to one message. I'm going to focus on one listener message that came in recently with a conundrum that I think you're all going to appreciate. So here goes. Dear Kemper, I wanted to write a quick note as a fan and regular listener to your podcast. I have been reading Agatha Christie since I was in high school, am now in my 40s, and she is one of my favorite authors. After finding your podcast a few years ago, I listened to all the episodes about the books I have read, and then would read a book and follow it up by listening to the podcast. You and Catherine inspired me to read all 66 Christie novels, and I am happy to say that I only have 6 left, once I am done reading The Seven Dials mystery, the book I am currently on. As I near the end of her books, it has made me wonder which one I should save for last. So, I thought I would reach out to you to ask your opinion. Of the 6 novels I have left, which would be the best note to end on? Perhaps Curtain would have been a good choice, but I have already read that one. So here are my 6 novels left to read. Cat Among the Pigeons, The Murder on the Links, The Pale Horse, Passenger to Frankfurt, Third Girl, and Taken at the Flood. I hope you don't find this question too ridiculous, but I thought you might be able to offer good insight. Until I decided on the goal of reading every novel, I never really read them in any particular order. I would just read one based on the titles that particularly intrigued me or what was available at the library or bookstore. Then, once I decided to read them all, I started reading through some of the lower-ranked novels so that I wasn't left with something like Postern of Fate as my last book. Well, what a fantastic conundrum, and one I think many Christie readers have shared as they find themselves closing in on completing the canon. Because I think the way it worked for this reader is the way it works for most readers of Christie. Most people don't read through the books chronologically or in any systematic way. And as someone who has done that, I don't even recommend that people do. It was well and good to do that for purposes of the podcast, but I think the randomness of pinging around the oeuvre is part of the joy of reading Christie. And she worked hard to make each of her books, even those that fall within the larger Poirot or Marple series, enjoyable on its own. And this is really interesting to me because we talk so much about everyone's first Christie, right? But how fun to think about one's last Christie. I don't actually know what my first Christie was. I've gone on record about that a few times here on the podcast. I simply can't remember as much as I wish I could. But I believe my last Christie was Murder is Easy, because when I was reading it for the podcast, I was nearly positive I hadn't read it before. I thought that I had read every single full-length Christie mystery novel prior to the start of my reread project with Catherine Brobeck, but Murder is Easy was the one title I had zero memory of, so I'm pretty sure that was my last. I think there is an easy-ish answer among those 6 titles that the listener reeled off there. But I encourage anyone who has a different answer from mine to write in and let me know, because this is a really fun exercise. And I'd love to share different thoughts on this if there are strong opinions. So I think The Murder on the Links, Passenger to Frankfurt, and Third Girl are all lesser Christies, hence not good candidates for your final Christie, listener. That means it's down to Cat Among the Pigeons, The Pale Horse, and Taken at the Flood. And I think there's an argument to be made for any of those, all of which are extremely fine Christies. Probably the weakest among those three is Cat Among the Pigeons. I actually have a lot of affection for Cat Among the Pigeons. I would absolutely say Taken at the Flood should be your final Christie. That novel features one of Christie's best murderers, one of her most complex puzzles. It's a lot of fun to parse through what's happening in that one. But unfortunately, it ends on such a sour beat of a depiction stuck in its time for me. I would hate for that to be the final note on your journey through Christie, listener. So I think I'm going to have to go with The Pale Horse. Catherine and I ranked that novel extremely high before I knocked it down a bunch of pegs, but not because I don't love it. I truly do love it. It was more that other titles deserved to be above it. It's got an ingenious concept at its core. It's got some of Christie's best writing, especially when it comes to making use of the supernatural, which is something that she did many times, but it might be the best instance of that, actually. And it's a rarity in that it's the only Ariadne Oliver book that does not feature Poirot. Yes, I do realize she's in those two early short stories that feature Porcupine. But perhaps this special status speaks well of it as a final novel, especially since it's still very much a recognizable Christie. If we were to simply go by the podcast's rankings, by the way, what I would say you should do is start with the lowest ranked novel and work your way through these 6 titles to the highest ranked novel. And that order would be Passenger to Frankfurt, Third Girl, The Murder on the Links, Cat Among the Pigeons, Taken at the Flood, and The Pale Horse. And that's pretty much what I think I would have advised even if I hadn't consulted the rankings, which means the rankings are working nicely. They're doing their job. Definitely dispense with Passenger to Frankfurt sooner rather than later, listener, because there are many out there who loathe it as much as they do Postern of Fate. And Third Girl. I would read Passenger to Frankfurt and Third Girl sooner rather than later, and it's relatively smooth sailing from there. And yeah, enjoy and try not to be too sad once you're done. You can always reread them at some future point. And actually, on that note, I'm just going to finish out this listener's message to me. On another note, I wanted to share with you that I recently finished reading The Secret of Chimneys. Going into it, I only knew that it was ranked very low and that you and Catherine did not like it. I was, therefore, very surprised to find how much I enjoyed reading it. While reading it, I kept asking myself, how could this be ranked so low? I just listened to both of your podcast episodes about the novel, and while I grant you that it has quite a few plot holes, I overall liked the characters and found the reading experience very enjoyable. So, I am glad that you readjusted the rankings and agree with you that it deserves to be above the big 4 and elephants can remember. Thank you for doing this podcast. It is very enjoyable, and I have learned a lot about one of my favorite authors. Well, thank you, listener, for being such a devoted Christie reader and podcast listener. And yeah, feel free to report back once you're on the other side of your half dozen Christies. And as I said before, if anyone has thoughts on the best final Christie, even outside of the 6 this listener listed, I'd love to hear about it. As the listener noted, Curtain is, for obvious reasons, an appropriate final Christie. But are there other titles you think might fit the bill just as well, or even better? It's a really interesting question, so let me know. All right, that is my mailbag and housekeeping segment. We are done with that, and we are going to plunge headfirst into The Mousetrap by Agatha Christie, aka Three Blind Mice, which was the original title of this story, but we will get into all of that as we go through the publication/production history for this title. And I want to point out the obvious up front. This play is a big deal in the Christieverse, and not just among the likes of Julius Green and other theater-addled folk who focus more on Christie's theatrical endeavors. In fact, Christie scholar John Curran even cites The Mousetrap as, quote, arguably the greatest monument to Christie's success, end quote. So, let's get into it. And one major caveat I just have to mention up top is that unlike any other discussion that Catherine and I, or I alone, have had on this podcast about a Christie title, I am not going to tell you who done it. I am not going to spoil the ending of The Mousetrap. I have divulged the solution to every other Christie story under discussion because, of course, tracking the way that Christie puzzles can be solved is one of the major pursuits of this podcast. But there are special circumstances surrounding The Mousetrap. Specifically, there is a tradition of not telling the solution to The Mousetrap so that others can attend the play and experience it fresh and not have the ending spoiled. So for the one and only time on this podcast, my breakdown of the mystery is going to be truncated which doesn't mean that we can't have an in-depth discussion about what Christie is doing in this story. My hands are going to be a little tied, but I can still do a lot of wiggling and gesticulating. Let's put it that way. It'll be fun. Okay. Sometimes, listeners, the provenance of a Christie title is a simple affair, when and where it was serialized and then published in book form. But rejoice, for this is probably going to be one of the longest of these histories I've ever done. There's just a lot going on here. So I am getting a lot of this information from Christie scholar and big old friend of the podcast, Tony Medawar's excellent talk on the Mousetrap, which he did at last year's Agatha Christie Festival. I also made use of my good friend and now fellow podcaster, Mark Aldridge's impeccable research in his book, Agatha Christie on Screen. Tangent alert, but for those who don't know, Mark is now co-hosting a podcast that focuses on Christie's work in the 1960s. It's called The Swinging Christies. It's fantastic, as is his co-host, Gray Robert Brown, who I met at last year's Agatha Christie conference in Exeter. Love Mark, love Gray. I highly recommend that you take a listen if you haven't already, and I'm so glad to welcome them into the Christie podcasting fold. All right, tangent over. Back to my sources. Christie biographer Janet Morgan also had lots of great information. And of course, I relied on the scholarship of Julius Green, whose book, Curtain Up, Agatha Christie, A Life in the Theater, is the definitive work on the subject of Christie's stage plays. I will give all these scholars credit as I get into the publication and production history here, but I just wanted to give them all a shout out up top for their excellent and essential research. I have been marinating in this research for many days now, and it's a beautiful thing to learn as much as I have from all of them. Okay, picture it. England, late 1946. The BBC asks Agatha Christie to write a short radio play they can use as part of an evening of music, drama, and variety to mark the 80th birthday of Her Majesty Queen Mary, aka Mary of Teck. Now, just to keep things straight here, Queen Mary was not the wife of the king at this point. She was the mother of the king, and that king was King George VI, the father of our recently and dearly departed Queen Elizabeth II. So Queen Mary was Elizabeth's grandmother. Perhaps the easiest way to remember who she was, especially for us Americans, is that she appeared in the first season of The Crown, played by Eileen Atkins.
The fact is, the crown must win. Must always win.
I've talked a little bit on the podcast about how Christie didn't write for the BBC all that much. By this point in her career, she had contributed to 2 serial stories that were aired on radio. Those were written collectively by the Detection Club, Behind the Screen in 1930 and The Scoop in 1931. Incidentally, I haven't covered either of those stories yet, but I have every intention of doing so, probably in an episode for the podcast's Patreon account. Christie also wrote Miss Marple Tells a Story for the BBC, which was a last-minute replacement for the story In a Glass Darkly, which the BBC rejected and which I covered recently on the podcast. That was in 1934. Those are all merely stories to be read out on the radio, however, and that is different from a radio play, of course. It was in 1937 that Christie wrote her first radio play. That one featured Poirot, and it was called The Yellow Iris. It was an extra special radio play because it had musical performances incorporated into it, and that play was subsequently adapted into a short story of the same name. Catherine and I covered this in a previous episode. And then The Yellow Iris was expanded into Christie's non-Poirot novel, Sparkling Cyanide, which features Colonel Race and was published in book form in 1945. So even though Christie didn't do the radio thing often, she was no stranger to the medium when this request came her way in late 1946. And I should note that she would go on to write 2 more radio plays, Butter in a Lordly Dish, which first aired in 1948, and Personal Call, which first aired in 1954. I've covered both these radio plays on the podcast's Patreon account, if you're curious. Now, the company line on this radio play commissioned for Queen Mary's birthday is that Queen Mary herself specifically requested a play by Christie because she was a fan. But I learned at the Agatha Christie Festival from my good friend Tony Medawar that this does not seem to be the case. I'm going to quote now from Tony's talk. Some sources state that it was Queen Mary herself who requested a thriller by Agatha Christie. That was certainly the impression given to Agatha by the BBC, but it appears to be untrue. According to the archivist at Windsor Castle, Queen Mary only became aware of the program on the 24th of April. That would be in 1947, about a month before the program was set to air. Back to Tony's talk. When a letter was received by the assistant private secretary to King George VI asking for Her Majesty's approval. So look at that. A commonly traded piece of trivia about the Mousetrap debunked. Queen Mary approved the play, but it doesn't seem that she requested it. Of course, one of the sources stating Queen Mary requested a Christie creation is Agatha Christie herself. Here's what she writes in her autobiography. The BBC rang me up and asked me if I would like to do a short radio play for a program they were putting on for some function to do with Queen Mary. She had expressed the wish to have something of mine, as she liked my books. Could I manage that for them quite soon? I was attracted by the idea. I thought hard, walked up and down, then rang them back and said yes. An idea came to me that I thought would do, and I wrote the little radio sketch called 3 Blind Mice. As far as I know, Queen Mary was pleased with it. And I hope she was. And actually, and forgive yet another slight tangent here, but Julius Green talks in his book about what a great patron of the arts Queen Mary was. There was this controversial play in 1946 called Pickup Girl. And it was about child abuse and venereal disease, apparently. And it did not get a coveted license from the Lord Chamberlain's office, partially because the play's director refused to cut a reference to abortion in the play. So the play had to be put on in this club theater in Notting Hill. And do you know who went to see that play in this somewhat dodgy space? That would be the 79-year-old Queen Mary, Mary of Tech, who hiked it on up the stairs at this teeny tiny club theater and thereby won the play a transfer to the West End, since her royal endorsement meant that the Lord Chamberlain's office had to give its approval. She forced their hand. This totally reminds me of Judi Dench as Queen Elizabeth I in Shakespeare in Love, giving her stamp of approval to Gwyneth Paltrow's presence as an actor in Romeo and Juliet.
The Queen of England does not attend exhibitions of public lewdness, so something is out of joint. Come here, Master Kent. Let me look at you. Yes, the illusion is remarkable. And your error, Mr. Tilney, is easily forgiven. But I know something of a woman in a man's profession. Yes, by God, I do know about that.
How lovely. This makes me love Queen Mary. Oh, and by the way, do you know who the director of this risque play, Pickup Girl, was? That would be Peter Coates, who just so happens to be the director who brought The Mousetrap to the West End. But I am now getting a little ahead of myself. So let's go back to 3 Blind Mice, the radio play. I learned from Mark Aldridge that the BBC supplied Christie with examples of radio scripts at her request, an indication that she still felt she was learning the form. Also, Christie apparently attended rehearsals for this radio play prior to its airing. She seems to have been very game and cheerful about this whole endeavor. Eventually, it came time for the program to air, and it was broadcast on the BBC's Light program at 8 p.m. on the 30th of May, 1947. That was 4 days after the Queen's actual birthday. And in addition to 3 Blind Mice, it included music, a variety show, and a final half hour of country dancing that was also broadcast on television. Here is what we get from Queen Mary's diary, held in the Royal Archives at Windsor Castle. Once again, I'm getting this from Tony Medewer. Listened to a special BBC concert from 7:15 till 10, given in my honor, and saw dancing through television. A charming performance. That's all we got. So unfortunately, we don't get any specific reaction to 3 Blind Mice, but this is proof that Queen Mary heard the play. Christie was paid a fee of 100 guineas for the play. A guinea was equal to £1 plus a shilling back in those pre-decimal days. So 100 guineas would have been equal to £105 or a little over £5,000 in today's money. Not too shabby, but also not life-changing, especially for Christie, who was used to getting a lot more than that for her work. And this is why she didn't do BBC commissions all that often. They didn't pay enough. I have to imagine the fact that this was for Queen Mary's birthday was the big draw. So I suppose we have the allure of royalty to thank for what would become the Mousetrap. Interestingly, Christie never actually received her fee. And I'm quoting again now from Tony's talk at the festival. On the 5th of May, 1947, staff at Southport Infirmary received a telephone call from a man who offered to donate to the hospital a large quantity of toys and books worth £60 or £2,000 in today's money. Understandably, they were delighted, and arrangements were made to receive the toys, but after they had been delivered and distributed to the children, it became clear that they had not been paid for and had to be returned. The cruel hoax was widely reported, and after reading about it, Agatha decided to donate 100 guineas to the hospital, the whole of her fee from the BBC. Good for Agatha. What a sad, shabby trick to play on children in a hospital. Sheesh. And I will add another detail I learned from Janet Morgan, which is that Edmund Cork declined to take his commission on this fee, which is something he seems to have done regularly when Christie's fees went to charitable causes, which was not an uncommon occurrence for her. And of course, the destination of this fee makes a whole lot of sense when we realize the nature of the intrigue underlying the story Christie was telling in Three Blind Mice. But believe me, listeners, we will get there, just not quite yet. The radio play was repeated on the BBC's Light program in July of 1947, and that October, there was a televised production on BBC television, and it used pretty much the same script. Apparently, what the BBC really wanted was to put on an adaptation of And Then There Were None, but since the Renee Clare movie had been released fairly recently, this was an impossibility. And we're going to get into this, but Three Blind Mice was also about a group of people stranded together with a dark secret hidden among them. So the feeling seems to have been, this'll do. The play was broadcast in a 30-minute slot from 8:30 to 9 p.m. on the 21st of October, 1947. So we're still in this very short format here that we had for both the radio play and the televised play. That followed a week of rehearsals during which the original radio broadcast was used as a reference. Apparently, Christie got 50 guineas this time for the use of her script, so good on her. And I'm quoting now from my friend Mark. The production was performed live using 3 cameras and not recorded. There were also no film inserts and only 4 sets, as befitted the claustrophobic setting. It's really too bad that this wasn't recorded. I would have loved to be able to watch that. I wish I could direct you to a YouTube link right now, but alas, I cannot. What about that original radio play, though? Is there a recording of that in existence? I just mentioned that the actors doing the TV performance used the original radio broadcast as a reference, so we know a recording did exist at one point, and it seems to be an open question whether this recording was preserved. I'm going to quote again from Mark Aldridge and Agatha Christie on screen. When Christie died in January 1976, BBC Radio felt that the best tribute would be to repeat what had been her greatest broadcasting success, her original 1947 play, Three Blind Mice. An agreement was drawn up to repeat a recording of the original performance for a fee of £180, before it was realized that the rights were unavailable due to the Mousetrap's continuing run in the West End. The plans for this repeat are interesting because, although we know that the original play was recorded, since it was consulted for the later television production, it is no longer known to survive. As the contract is quite specific about this being a repeat of the original performance, and the necessary paperwork had been carried out, we may infer that the archives had been checked and its existence confirmed. During the writing of this book, the BBC archive checked its holdings once more in light of this information, but Three Blind Mice remains missing. Although Christie fans may be cautiously optimistic that a recording may come to light one day, as has been the case for some of her other radio plays. Intriguing. I love when Mark plays detective, trying to ferret out as much original Christie material as he can. Let's bring that original Three Blind Mice recording out of the darkness and into the light, BBC Radio. Seriously, I would really love to listen to that. That would be such a treat if it does exist. Maybe someday we will all be able to listen to it. Okay, so we already have the original radio play being converted into a televised production. That didn't involve much adaptation. But then Christie turned this radio play into a novella, which was also called Three Blind Mice. Sometimes this gets called a short story, but it's truly a novella. In the copy I have, it's 81 pages long. This is a very long, shorter style story for Christie. Her novellas vary a lot in length, but this is one of her longer novellas, too. So this novella was serialized in the US in Cosmopolitan on New Year's Eve, December 31st, 1948. Janet Morgan notes that there was great competition for it in the US market. And in the UK, it appeared in January 1949 in Woman's Own. And then in 1950, it became the titular story of a new collection published only in the US by Dodd Mead, Three Blind Mice and Other Stories. This novella has never been collected in book form in the UK, due to the existence of the next and final adaptation of this story as a stage play titled The Mousetrap. But before I get to The Mousetrap, I find it really interesting that when Christie and her agent and publishers were coming up with a short story collection in 1960, you may remember she didn't have A Christie for Christmas in place that year, due partly to how much work she was doing in the theater by that point in her career. While they were having these discussions, Three Blind Mice was suggested as one of the stories to include. In fact, and I learned this from Mark in his second book, Agatha Christie's Poirot, the greatest detective in the world, Christie's agent Edmund Cork suggested the title The Mousetrap and Other Stories, and he argued that the play's producers, quote, could not realistically object to the revealing of the solution to 50,000 readers at this late stage of the play's success, end quote. Keep in mind, this was just 8 years into the Mousetrap's run. Not much of a late stage compared to where we are now. O ye of little faith, Edmund Cork. Christie replied in one of her tetchy missives, no, not The Mousetrap and Other Stories. In fact, I don't want the blind mice story included. It will spoil somebody's pleasure in the play, and masses of people haven't seen it yet. Sing it, Agatha, O ye of great faith, Agatha Christie. I should note that when I go through my breakdown of the story, I'm going to be using the stage play version, not the radio play or novella versions. For once, I'm choosing the later adaptation over earlier texts, but I think it's appropriate here. I mean, the story truly found its footing as a stage play, not as a radio play or a novella. So I think that is the version we should be focusing on. One final note before I get into this stage play. During the 5-year sweet spot between the airing of the radio play in 1947 and the beginning of the stage play's run on the West End in 1952, there were at least 2 adaptations of Three Blind Mice on U.S. television. I'm getting this from Mark Aldridge once again. In the United States, Three Blind Mice first appeared as an episode of The Trap, a CBS anthology series hosted by Joseph DeSantis. It dealt with people who find themselves in unusual or unexpected situations and was broadcast for an hour on Saturday evenings, with Three Blind Mice on the 17th of June 1950 as the 8th of the 9 episodes. Just 4 months later, the same network broadcast another adaptation of the story as part of the anthology program Sure as Fate on the 31st of October. Ooh, spooky. Three Blind Mice on Halloween. I just think that's really interesting since we're so used to the depiction of this story on film or TV being verboten. But of course, that wasn't the case until the stage play began its run. So we had this little honeymoon period, if you will, when the story was in existence as a radio play and a novella before the stage play had put the kibosh on any screen adaptations. Okay, it is at long last time to discuss this famous stage adaptation, and here is what Christie had to say about adapting Three Blind Mice for the stage in her autobiography. The Hollow, which I had adapted for the stage, had been produced by Peter Saunders and had been successful. I had so enjoyed it myself that I began to think about further essays in playwriting. Why not write a play instead of a book? Much more fun. 1 book a year would take care of finances, so I could now enjoy myself in an entirely different medium. Side note, but you know Julius Green is eating this up. He loves any evidence of Christie's love of the theater over her love of the craft of writing novels. And he definitely has something there, as this passage proves. All right, back to Christie. The more I thought of Three Blind Mice, the more I felt that it might expand from a radio play lasting 20 minutes to a 3-act thriller. It wanted a couple of extra characters, a fuller background and plot, and a slow working up to the climax. I think one of the advantages The Mousetrap, as the stage version of Three Blind Mice was called, has had over other plays is the fact that it was really written from a précis, so that it had to be the bare bones of the skeleton coated with flesh. It was all there in proportion from the first. That made for good construction. So interesting. And I've always thought that working one's way from less to more is by far the more organic way to engage in the process of adaptation. I think it's one of the reasons the Agatha Christie's Poirot series works as well as it does in those early seasons, where for the most part they were adapting from short stories and expanding them into 50-minute televised films. So I'm glad that Christie agrees with me. And as Julius Green notes, Christie's theatrical masterpiece, Witness for the Prosecution, was also adapted from a short work, in that case, a fairly short story. Small to big clearly worked for her in the theatrical medium. So that's Christie's version of how she came to write The Mousetrap. But as we know, Christie was notoriously inaccurate in her autobiography when it came to the intricacies of her writing career. Even in that passage that I read, I love how she says the radio play was 20 minutes, it was 30, and how she was going to adapt it into a 3-act thriller. The Mousetrap has 2 acts. Though you could make the argument she's talking about 3 structural acts, and The Mousetrap does have 3 structural acts. Let's always give Christie the benefit of the doubt. In any case, thank goodness we have Julius Green to fall back on, who writes about The Mousetrap at great length, of course, in Curtain Up, Agatha Christie, A Life in the Theater. I am only going to scratch the surface of what he says, lest we be here for 5 or 6 hours rather than 3 or 4, which I fear is going to be the length of this episode. But here are some of the highlights of his recounting of the birth of The Mousetrap. In actuality, it seems that the play Christie thought of after the success she had with her adaptation of The Hollow, which Peter Saunders had produced, was not actually Three Blind Mice, but her play Chimneys, which she had adapted from The Secret of Chimneys 20 years earlier. That play had never actually made it onto a stage, and it would not make it onto a stage until the 21st century, in fact, when it was rediscovered as a bit of a lost work. But apparently Christie thought that Chimneys would be more topical because, according to her, it was all about oil concessions. And there had been a recent oil crisis in Iran, or at least it was a crisis from the British perspective. Julius Green agrees with me that while the play Chimneys touches on oil concessions, oil is not exactly central to the plot, so perhaps it's best that nothing came of this. Green writes, "The piece is very much of its era, and Christie presumably sensed this when she reread it, as we hear nothing more about the idea. Instead, she wrote The Mousetrap." So yes, Peter Saunders, of course, was the producer of The Mousetrap. I think even casual Christie fans know this offhand, so famed is he as the producer of countless Christie theatrical hits, this one being the biggest hit of them all. I mean, he wrote a memoir called The Mousetrap Man, for goodness sake. He's very connected to this work. As I mentioned earlier, the play's director was Peter Coates. And in case you're interested, Julius Green goes into a great deal of detail about how Coates came to be the director, who he is, what he brought to the play. Peter Coates is a very interesting person. There are some who credit him with the play's success due to his blocking of the characters, who are quite busy. They zip in and out and all over the stage tirelessly throughout the show. But let's move swiftly on from Peter Coates and talk a little bit about the play's title. You know how I like to dwell on titles. So the original title, Three Blind Mice, is obviously another one of Christie's nursery rhyme titles. And it's a really good one since it has so many touch points with the play itself. I'm going to do this nursery rhyme now for anyone who's unfamiliar. And I feel like I have to just do this thing right and sing out the melody we all know, because it's not going to come across correctly if I just read it. This is a little humiliating, but fortunately, I've got lots of practice singing such songs badly and shamelessly as a father of 2. So here goes. 3 blind mice, 3 blind mice, see how they run, see how they run. They all ran after the farmer's wife, who cut off their tails with a carving knife. Did you ever see such a sight in your life as 3 blind mice? Okay, I'm imagining your collective applause dying down. Oh, stop, please. It's okay. It's okay. Like so many nursery rhymes, it's macabre. One of the characters in The Mousetrap itself actually makes this point about the macabre nature of nursery rhymes, noting that that is why children like them. That detail of cutting off their tails with a carving knife, which, as we'll see, fits this play all too well. The story also includes 2 murders with an attempted 3rd murder for our 3 eponymous blind mice, as well as 3 children at the heart of the underlying motive for these murders. This will all make sense when we get into the plot of the story if you are unfamiliar with The Mousetrap, have no fear. But I can really understand why Christie liked this title so much. Sometimes her nursery rhymes were not a great fit. I think Hickory Dickory Dock, and in particular 1, 2, Buckle My Shoe, go down as her worst nursery rhyme titles. But I also think the nursery rhyme title is by far the worst aspect of Christie Crown Jewel and All About Agatha #1 ranked Christie novel, 5 Little Pigs. I do not love the nursery rhyme connection there. It's fine, but everything else in that book is so superlative. I wish it was just called Murder in Retrospect. And that we didn't have those chapter headings referring to each of the little pigs I'd say the nursery rhyme here is more in line with what Christie does in And Then There Were None, and even A Pocket Full of Rye. Those are quite good nursery rhyme titles. Also, I have to mention this little detail that John Curran shares with us in his secret notebooks of Agatha Christie. At the top of the first of 2 notebook pages, where Christie seems to be working out the flow of the novella's plot, that is all we have of the Mousetrap in the dozens of notebooks that exist filled with Christie's musings. We just have 2 pages for this story. On the first of those 2 pages, she's drawn the number 3 and then an I crossed out and a cartoonish little mouse. Christie did doodle from time to time, and I suppose this is a somewhat amusing example of that. But of course, she ended up having to ditch this title, and I will quote again from Tony's excellent talk at the festival. At this time, all scripts had to be approved by the official censor, the Lord Chamberlain, and the stage version of Three Blind Mice was duly submitted and approved for performance. Because there was already at least one play called Three Blind Mice, a new title was needed, and it was Christie's son-in-law Anthony Hicks who suggested The Mousetrap, a title which, like so many of the titles of Christie's novels, is also a quotation from Shakespeare, in this case from Hamlet. And I'll just add, specifically, The Mousetrap is what Hamlet cheekily calls the play within a play that he's putting on for his mother and uncle when he is trying to entrap them by depicting the bad things he imagines they have done. Or is he imagining it? Therein lies the rub. Here's how Christie recounts the title change in her autobiography, which is a great excuse to showcase her thoughts on her son-in-law, Anthony Hicks, who she clearly loved very much. I don't think I've really talked about Anthony Hicks on this podcast before, so just indulge me here. For its title, I must give full thanks to my son-in-law, Anthony Hicks. I have not mentioned Antony before, but of course he is not really a memory because he is with us. Indeed, I do not know what I would do without him in my life. Not only is he one of the kindest people I know, he is a most remarkable and interesting character. He has ideas. He can brighten up any dinner table by suddenly producing a problem. In next to no time, everyone is arguing furiously. He once studied Sanskrit and Tibetan, and can also talk knowledgeably on butterflies, rare shrubs, the law, stamps, birds, Netgar as China, I have no idea what that is, antiques, atmosphere, and climate. If he has a fault, it is that he discusses wine at too great length. But then I am prejudiced because I don't like the stuff. When the original title of Three Blind Mice could not be used, there was already a play of that name, we all exhausted ourselves in thinking of titles. Antony came up with The Mousetrap. It was adopted. He ought to have shared in the royalties, I think, but then we never dreamt that this particular play was going to make theatrical history. And indeed, this anecdote of Christie's is corroborated by podcast friend Sophie Hannah in her introduction to the 70th anniversary edition of The Mousetrap, which I purchased recently, and out of which I read the script for the stage play in preparation for this episode. Sophie opens her introduction with a story that Christie's grandson, Matthew Pritchard, told her about being in the bath one day and overhearing his grandmother and stepfather talking about this issue with the title, and Anthony Hicks suggesting The Mousetrap and everything proceeding from there. It's very charming. I also love how this makes The Mousetrap the stealthiest of Christie's Shakespeare-derived titles. So it officially takes its place alongside Sad Cypress, which is from Twelfth Night, Taken at the Flood, or, as it's known in the US, There Is a Tide, ... both of which titles are from Julius Caesar, and By the Pricking of My Thumbs, which is from Macbeth. We sort of get 2 for the price of 1 here, a nursery rhyme and a Shakespeare reference. I love it. Throw in something biblical and we could have made it a Christie titling hat trick. Okay, so The Mousetrap opened first in Nottingham in October 1952. It had a little bit of a regional run before it opened on the West End, and that was very much standard operating procedure. I'm getting this now from Christie biographer Janet Morgan. Though the play needed minor adjustments, Peter Saunders was happy with it, if not terribly excited. Agatha, who was there, thought it quite a nice little play and forecast a run of 6 months or so. There is a myth that she wept and declared it a disaster. Nothing could be less true. Nor was it the case, as some maintain, that its reception in London was cool. One newspaper, the Sunday Dispatch, disliked the play. Other critics were enthusiastic. And you can actually read a ton of those contemporary reactions in the back matter that is provided in this 70th anniversary edition of The Mousetrap. It's very interesting. The most interesting document is probably Peter Saunders' response to that bad review from the Sunday Dispatch. He wrote back to them excoriating the review, not because it was bad, but because they revealed the identity of the murderer. That is an unforgivable offense in a review of a mystery, so I completely understand why Peter Saunders was so irked. On the 25th of November, 1952, the Mousetrap officially opened in the West End at the Ambassador's Theatre. The original cast was built around the central pairing of the husband and wife team, Richard Attenborough and Sheila Sim. And as Tony noted in his talk at the festival, during the first year of the Mousetrap's run in London, Attenborough and Sim also played Agatha's husband and wife team, Tommy and Tuppence Beresford, in a radio series of her novel partners in crime. I think that this must be why, until I sat down to do this episode, until I started doing proper research on the Mousetrap, I had always assumed that Richard Attenborough and Sheila Sim played Molly and Giles Ralston. Because they were married, and I guess because they played Tommy and Tuppence, I just thought that they played the married couple in the play. But in fact, Sheila Sim played Molly Ralston, while Richard Attenborough played Detective Sergeant Trotter. And I have to say, I find it remarkable how few well-known actors have appeared in the Mousetrap's 70-plus year run. We are now at 71/2-ish years. I suppose we should just ignore the COVID interregnum. So by the end of this year, we will be at 72 years officially. But I encourage listeners to check out the lists of actors that are included in that 70th anniversary edition, because some of the trivia about them is really interesting. And these actors all absolutely deserve to be celebrated, well known or not. It's just, there's no question that the play benefited from the celebrity boost of Richard Attenborough and Sheila Sim. But it seems like once they got the play off and running, that it was able to chug along on its own steam. And now, of course, there's simply no reason to pay for big actors to appear in the show. The star is the show itself and Agatha Christie. And that's a great thing, but it's a very unusual thing, too. It's a very peculiar situation. And as I was just looking back at all these other casts, it was the first time I realized, wow, there really aren't that many well-known actors who have been in this play in its ridiculously lengthy run. I just thought that was interesting. And while we're talking about the length of the Mousetrap's run, this may be obvious to many of you, but I should point out that both the Mousetrap and Queen Elizabeth II began their reign in 1952. I think this is one of the extra-textual, supra-textual reasons that the play became such an institution. It and the Queen steadily grew older together year after year, both of them managing against all odds to reach their 70th anniversaries. What an achievement. It's just so perfect that they both acquired their official status, let's say, in the same year. So I'm not going to go into every notable or amusing occurrence that happened during the Mousetrap's 72-ish year run, but I do want to highlight 3 occurrences. First, I learned from Tony Medawar that on New Year's Eve in 1953, very early in the play's run, Richard Attenborough collapsed halfway through the performance, throwing the cast and the audience into confusion until after 10 minutes he recovered and the play continued. That must have been very dramatic. And I believe Richard Attenborough continued performing in the play for about 2 years, for the first 2 years of its run, which is quite a long time, especially for an actor as in demand as he was. Sheila Sim, I think, did 8 months, which is also a substantial run. So again, they really got it off the ground. And then I'm getting this description from Mike Holgate's book, Stranger Than Fiction, Agatha Christie's True Crime Inspirations. Here's what he has to say about one very odd performance of The Mousetrap. In March 1959, the cast from the Ambassador's Theatre found themselves involved at the scene of a real investigation. Using sets built by the prisoners, they agreed to put on a special Sunday performance of The Mousetrap for 300 inmates at Wormwood Scrubs prison. But as the play was reaching its thrilling climax in the final act, the alarm sounded when warders suddenly discovered that 2 members of the captive audience were missing. A hue and cry ensued when it was realized that David Gooding and John Myers, both serving 3-year sentences for theft, had slipped away from the show unnoticed. The convicts made good their escape and were on the run for several weeks before they were recaptured. Very, very interesting. And then I learned from the 70th anniversary edition that when the Mousetrap came back in the spring of 2021, having gone dark for a little over a year due to COVID, 2 different casts plus a complete set of understudies worked in rotation to ensure that the play could operate during the time of COVID. Casts were referred to as Marple and Poirot, and they alternated with each other in weekish long chunks. How great is that? The Marple cast and the Poirot cast. That's really fun. Okay, 2 more notes before I promise you I am going to move on to the story proper. I already spoke about how Christie did something special with her initial fee for the radio play, but when it came to the proceeds of the stage play, this is also a special situation. It's one of those times that Christie gifted her compensation on a title to a specific cause or individual. She did this a number of times in her career. She did it with Sanctuary, where the recipient was the Westminster Abbey Appeal Fund. She did it with Greenshaw's Folly. The recipient was her local church at Churston Ferrers, which was in need of a stained glass window. She did it with Hickory Dickory Dock, which was gifted to 2 of Max Mallowan's nephews. The film sale of Witness for the Prosecution was gifted to her daughter Rosalind. A Pocket Full of Rye was gifted to the British School of Archaeology. Curtain was also gifted to Rosalind. Sleeping Murder was gifted to Max Mallowan. And in the case of the Mousetrap, the lucky recipient is still with us to this day. It is someone Catherine and I interviewed a few years ago. That would be Matthew Pritchard, Agatha Christie's only grandson. Here's what Christie says in her autobiography. The play, The Mousetrap, was given to my grandson. Matthew, of course, was always the most lucky member of the family, and it would be Matthew's gift that turned out the big money winner. Matthew also got the proceeds from They Do It With Mirrors, but I'm pretty sure The Mousetrap turned out to be the better gift between the 2. Not that reaping the proceeds from They Do It With Mirrors is anything to sneeze at, mind you. Okay, my final note is just that I think it's interesting that this 70th anniversary edition was printed at all, because you could make the argument that it's a bit of a capitulation. After all, anyone who picks up this edition will have the play spoiled for them without watching it. And it's not like the Samuel French editions of the play haven't existed. There have been other printings of the play script throughout the years. In fact, Julius Green notes that the play script has been in publication in the UK since 1954. Even so, this was a very splashy edition that surely captured many more eyeballs than the usual slim monochrome Samuel French editions, which are much more the domain of theater people as opposed to the general population. That thought just occurred to me as I was delighting in this anniversary edition. And to be clear, the play script did not spoil anything for me because I saw The Mousetrap at the St. Martin's Theater, which is where it plays now. It transferred from the Ambassadors Theater to the St. Martin's Theater in March of 1974. So it has played continuously at those 2 theaters. And I was thrilled to be able to read the script in such an attractively formatted way. But I wonder if this edition irks anyone. Okay, it is time to do our usual breakdown of the puzzle, of the mystery here in The Mousetrap, though, of course, I am not going to be telling you the solution to this story. I am not going to be solving the puzzle, but there is still so much to discuss here, so let's get into it. Starting with our victims. There are victims of the underlying tragedy at the heart of the motivation for the murders that take place in this story. But since this is a murder mystery, I am going to focus not on that backstory, but on the murder victims in the story as it plays out. So first up, we have Mrs. Maureen Lyon, who is strangled to death at her home in 24 Culver Street in Paddington in London. Also, there is a piece of paper found on her body that reads, "This is the first." We learn eventually that Maureen Lyon's real name was Maureen Stanning, and that she was the wife of John Stanning. The Stannings lived at a place called Longridge Farm, not very far from the action of this story. And about 12 or so years ago, they took in 3 children as foster parents. These children were named Jimmy, Catherine, and George Corrigan. And one of them, the boy Jimmy, ended up dying due to, quote, criminal neglect and persistent ill treatment, end quote. And John and Maureen Stanning were convicted for their wrongdoing. John Stanning died in prison, but Maureen Stanning served her term and was released, and then subsequently murdered. We learn by way of a radio announcement at the beginning of the play that a man was seen in the vicinity of her murder at the relevant time, wearing a dark overcoat, light scarf, and soft felt hat. Needless to say, pretty much every single character in this story enters wearing a dark overcoat, light scarf, and soft felt hat. And here, listeners, is where we need to get into the fact that this underlying case of child neglect, abuse, and murder is sadly based on an all too true story. I am going to warn any listeners who might feel particularly sensitive about hearing the details of such cases that some of this is hard to hear. Dennis O'Neill, aged 12, and his brother Terry, aged 9, were sent in July of 1944 to live with a couple at their remote farm, which was called Bank Farm. They had been committed to the care of the county months earlier due to what was perceived as neglect by their biological parents. So these two boys and one other brother named Freddie was 7, were taken out of their home and placed in foster care. Freddie went to live with a different couple. So it was Dennis and Terry, just the two of them, who went to Bank Farm, where a Reginald and Esther Goff took on the role of foster parents, a role that they did not fill, that they contorted and abused to a horrific degree. 6 months later, in January 1945, Dennis O'Neill had died, and it was his little brother Terry who was instrumental in getting the Goffs convicted and sent away by testifying against them in court. Terry went on to write a memoir called Someone to Love Us, the shocking true story of two brothers fostered into brutality and neglect. That was published all the way in 2010, and it detailed what happened to Terry and his brother Dennis. Terry also spoke to a reporter in a BBC radio documentary, and I've linked to this documentary in the notes to this episode. One of the interesting pieces of historical context that documentary gave me was that relocating the O'Neills in 1944 was a different proposition than it would have been either earlier or later, I think, given how many children had been relocated during the war for the sake of safety. Many of you will remember, for instance, that this is how The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe begins, with the Pevensey children being relocated out into the country. The bar for what constituted a suitable home for these relocated children was perhaps lower for this reason than it should have been. And in fact, Julius Green makes the excellent point in his book that many audience members in the early 1950s would have themselves been affected by their own memories of wartime evacuee children being placed in the care of strangers and how anxious that made everyone feel. So I think it's helpful to remember the context within which the O'Neills were placed with the Goffs. In the documentary, Terry recounts getting up to 200 strokes a night from Reginald Goff. He would use sticks that had knobbly bits on them. That's how Terry put it in the documentary. So the two boys got lots of lacerations to their skin, and these cuts weren't properly treated. They also only had a piece of bread for breakfast, maybe one more piece of bread for tea, and another slice for supper. Not many solid foods at all, whereas the Goffs were eating normally. They would get punished for stealing food from the pantry, since they, of course, were starving. One detail that seems to get bandied about whenever this story is told is that Dennis was beaten for taking a bite out of a single swede. That is what we would call a rutabaga in the US. I think probably because it's so gut-wrenching to imagine a child desperate enough to bite into a raw root vegetable like that and then to be punished for doing it. I think it shows how extreme the plight of these two boys was. They were beaten regularly, and in the days leading up to Dennis's death, he seems to have received some particularly severe beatings, and to have even been tied up at one point. And all of this led to heart failure and death. And of course, the malnourishment of these two boys was a major contributing factor as well. Just absolutely horrific. And this case caused a big stir in the United Kingdom at the time, as I think we can all easily imagine. It became known as the story that took the war off the front pages. Christie's biographer, Janet Morgan, writes that the tragedy had moved Christie deeply, and I'm sure it would have moved her deeply regardless of her own personal history. But we know, as scholars of Christie, that she did have a particular sensitivity to children being taken away from their biological parents and put in adoptive situations due to her mother, Clara, having been sent away from her biological mother. Clara lived out much of her childhood with her aunt, but she and her daughter, Agatha, never seemed to have gotten over that perceived abandonment. And I've talked at great length about Christie's particular views on adoption, which at times I find personally troubling. Given the extremity of the situation here, this is not one of those times. The Goffs were both indeed sent to prison, but the case also changed the laws and the way that people thought about child abuse. In 1947, the regulations surrounding foster care changed. Every child had to be visited a month after placement, because that was one of the other awful details about the O'Neill case. No one had visited them in an official capacity for months and months and months after they were placed with the Goffs. And someone did even visit before Dennis O'Neill passed away, but it seems to be a case of too little too late. They didn't act quickly enough. So those regulations changed, and a committee was established to oversee foster placement. And then there was the Children Act of 1948, which set up an infrastructure for governmental oversight of all sorts of issues having to do with child protection. So remember, Christie had written Three Blind Mice in late 1946/early 1947, when this case was very much front page news, and it continued to be front page news for at least a year or two thereafter. So there's no question it was the major contributing factor to her fictional tragedy here involving these three children. And there's no question that a theater audience in 1952 would have known precisely what Christie was referencing. Okay, well, that became a very long-winded summary of our first victim, Maureen Lyon, but I just wanted to clarify as to the real-world analog that we have there, and I will be discussing that a whole bunch more later in the episode with a guest. More to come on that front. Our second victim is a Mrs. Boyle, who is a thoroughly unpleasant house guest who is never satisfied with anything her hosts do. We learn eventually that Mrs. Boyle was the magistrate on the bench who was responsible for sending those three children to Longridge Farm. And we actually see Mrs. Boyle get murdered on stage. She too is strangled, though due to clever staging, we don't see the murderer, and we more or less hear her getting murdered because the stage goes dark when her murder takes place. It's Mrs. Boyle's murder that actually closes out Act 1 and takes us into the intermission between the play's two acts. Okay, so let's talk about our suspects. First, we've got Molly Ralston. This is the wife of the couple who are running a guest house for the first time in their lives at Monkswell Manor. That is where our story takes place. Monkswell Manor was left to Molly by her aunt, and this made me think immediately of Maureen Summerhays in Mrs. McGinty's Dead, who is another charming female character who inherited a house that she is now determined to run as a guest house. She, too, is challenged when it comes to domestic duties such as cleaning and cooking. In Mrs. McGinty's Dead, Poirot takes pity on Maureen and teaches her how to make a smashing omelet, which even gets brought up again in Cat Among the Pigeons. And wouldn't you know, an omelet gets a mention here as well. Mrs. McGinty's Dead was published in 1952. It was actually first serialized in 1951, so Christie was writing that novel right around the same time that she was adapting Three Blind Mice, the radio play, into The Mousetrap, the stage play. And this was just one of many reverberations I picked up on in this play as to other Christie titles. I will be pointing out a whole bunch more. Okay, our next suspect is Giles Ralston. That's Molly's husband. He is equally inept at running a guest house. For instance, at the start of the play, we see that he's painted a sign to put up outside, except that he's written Monkwell Manor instead of Monkswell. He forgot the S. Molly scolds him for this very good-naturedly. The Ralstons have a great rapport, though how much do they really know about each other's pasts? Okay, next up, we've got Christopher Wren. And I'm not going to mince words here, listeners, since Christopher Wren does more than enough mincing for himself. Christopher Wren says he's an architect, even though he's not that Christopher Wren, obviously. And architecture is one of those fields that's very artistic, and that I think becomes a little bit of a signifier. There's a little bit of coding going on here that is alerting us to the fact that Christopher Wren is a gay man. And he is one of the more forthright gay men in the Christie canon, I would say. Here is just a little collection of gay attributes and sayings of his. He's into antiques. Ding, ding, ding. Giles calls him a twerp and adds at one point, "I've got no use for that kind." And when our police investigator character comes on the scene, Christopher Wren calls him terribly hardy and goes on to say to Molly, "He's very attractive, don't you think so? I always think that policemen are very attractive." Also, per Christie scholar Dr. John Curran, in the original script of the play, he's described as having a pansy voice. I did not find that phrase in the version that I read in the 70th anniversary edition. But remember when I was looking for instances of that very word in Christie? It doesn't come up much, but apparently it did here at one point. Pretty much everyone except Molly is cold toward Christopher Wren and takes an instant dislike to him. I mean, I don't totally blame them for that. Christopher is a lot. He seems to have a dark past and perhaps to suffer from some form of mental illness, which may or may not have to do with that backstory of abuse and neglect at the heart of this mystery. Could he be Georgie Corrigan in disguise? Perhaps, because it's pretty clear from the get-go that his name can't really be Christopher Wren. Okay, next up we have Leslie Casewell. She is a female house guest who is also pretty clearly gay. Here is what people say about her. Giles calls her a terrible female if she is a female. And later, when our policeman character is looking at a letter she's been writing, we discover that the letter opens with, "Dearest Jess." And the policeman says, "A friend of yours or a relation?" And she responds, "That's none of your damned business." It's pretty clear that Jess is more than a friend. Interestingly, Miss Casewell does not appear in either the radio play or the novella version of this story. There is no Miss Casewell in Three Blind Mice. Christie created her for the stage play, and I'm going to go ahead and say you can kind of sort of tell that she was inserted into the proceedings. There's not a whole lot of there when it comes to Miss Casewell, but could she be that long-lost Corrigan sister? Only if Molly Ralston isn't, right? So there's plenty of intrigue surrounding Leslie Casewell. Next, we have Major Metcalf. Hooray! We have an older, somewhat officious and stuffy military man here. Sometimes in Christie, these characters are exactly as they seem. Other times, not so much. Which is Major Metcalf? We'll just have to wait and see. Next is Mr. Paravicini. Less of a hooray from me here, but we've also seen this character in Christie elsewhere. He is the colorful foreigner. That's what I will choose to call him. He reminded me of Signor Richetti from Death on the Nile, for instance. He seems older, but then it also seems like maybe he's wearing a lot of makeup and pretending to be old. Also, Mr. Paravicini is the only house guest at Monkswell Manor who wasn't supposed to be there. His Rolls Royce has run into a snowdrift, and he has just begged for and been granted access to the house. This made me think of why didn't they ask Evans, which features a character gaining entry to a house by way of a trumped-up car crash nearby. Could this be what's going on with Mr. Paravicini? What is his deal? It's all very mysterious. And then finally, we have our Detective Sergeant Trotter. This is the policeman who shows up and is described as a cheerful, commonplace young man with a slight Cockney accent. Molly receives a call saying the police are sending a sergeant out, and soon enough, Sergeant Trotter appears, intent on ferreting out the murderer of Maureen Lyon before he or she strikes again. It seems that a notebook was picked up near Maureen Lyon's body with two addresses, 24 Culver Street, which was where Maureen Lyon was murdered, and Monkswell Manor. Dun dun dun. Trotter explains that this is why the police have been sent to investigate. He says he is here to figure out the potential connection between the house and the Longridge farm case, specifically at least one, if not more, of the guest house's current occupants. All right, let's get into the world as it appears to be. So originally, there was an 11-page opening scene set in London, which consisted of two working-class men named Alf and Bill talking about pretty much everything under the sun as various people hurry along around them, all muffled up in coats and headscarves and whatnot. The stage directions actually suggest that all the members of the cast we have yet to see can cross the stage in this opening scene, which is a pretty neat concept. Alf scrounges a match from one of these passersby, whose face we can't see and whose voice we can't hear properly, but we do hear them whistling that instantly recognizable Three Blind Mice tune. The two workmen then find a notebook that this passerby has dropped, and a little later, a landlady named Mrs. Casey runs onto the stage from her lodging nearby, saying that her lodger has been murdered. This lodger is, of course, Maureen Lyon. In the original radio play, we actually hear from Maureen Lyon herself as well as her landlady, and the two workmen are unnamed and make a much briefer appearance. In the novella, we see the landlady actually letting in the stranger as he is on his way to go murder Maureen Lyon. And then in a later scene, we see these two workmen who are named Joe and Bill making statements to a police officer in a police station. So a police officer who does not appear in the stage play of The Mousetrap. And they give this officer a notebook that they saw a stranger drop in the vicinity of where Maureen Lyon was killed. Interestingly, in the novella, Maureen's real name is not Maureen Stanning, but Maureen Gregg. And her husband is John Gregg. That's Gregg with 2 G's at the end. And while this might make you think of Marina Gregg from Mirror Cracked from Side to Side, that book was yet to come. And I'm fairly certain that Christie was borrowing the last name of Hubert Gregg here. Hubert Gregg had directed her play The Hollow already, and he would go on to direct a number of Christie's future plays, including The Mousetrap for a time, though he was not the original director of The Mousetrap. Again, that was Peter Coates. Clearly, Christie liked the name Gregg, which is ironic since Hubert Gregg wrote an amusingly scathing memoir about his dealings with Agatha Christie. It's called Agatha Christie and All That Mousetrap. And I am covering that memoir on this month's Patreon episode as a companion piece to this one, in case anyone is interested. Anywho, the opening that I just went through got cut. I just thought it was interesting to give a sense of how Christie initially wrote the play. But let's forget all of that and move on to our real opening now. So we open on the Great Hall in Monkswell Manor, and we're told that this hall is furnished as a lounge. Quoting now from the script, the house looks not so much a period piece, but a house which has been lived in by generations of the same family with dwindling resources. And Christie has definitely taken us to such houses before, and she will do so again. We are in familiar territory here. We've got lots of shabby chairs, a big open fireplace, even a big chest, just like Christie had in her own entrance hallway in Greenway, and which visitors to this very day can still see for themselves. At another point in the play, a character makes mention of the cupboard place under the stairs near the kitchen, lots of junk and sports tackle, and that is ripped straight from Greenway. I have seen that cabinet for myself with all of the junk and sports tackle. So Christie seems to be modeling Monkswell Manor on her beloved Greenway a little bit, just very lightly. And she did that for many of her stories. While Christie is setting this scene, mention is made of a Canterbury, which I had to look up. I thought it was pretty safe to rely on Wikipedia in this instance. A Canterbury is a low, open-topped stand with vertical slatted partitions, and it frequently had a drawer beneath, and sometimes it was built with short legs, and occasionally it was put on casters or wheels. And it was intended to hold sheet music, plates, or other servingware, and now it's often used as a magazine rack. And sure enough, it is used here on the set to hold newspapers and magazines. Everything that is described in this entrance hall, including all the windows and the doors leading to various areas, is extremely specific and takes up over a page, but it does set the scene nicely. And the entire play takes place in this space. So it's important that we and a producer / director / stage manager / set designer / actors, all the people involved in putting on this play, it's important that they all have an accurate sense of what this space is supposed to look like. The fact that The Mousetrap doesn't require any change of scenery is one reason it's so popular here in the States, since we over here can put it on wherever and whenever we like, unlike those of you in the United Kingdom. More on that a little later. It's snowing, by the way, and it will continue to snow for some time in the beginning of this play, enough so that the characters will all be snowed in and suitably isolated for this very traditional closed circle murder mystery. Hooray! So we get a bit of backstory out very quickly and efficiently by way of a radio that's been left on in the house. We learn about Maureen Lyon and this murder and that vague description of the stranger who was seen in the vicinity. And then Molly and Giles come back from both being out separately. And this is where we learn that they are making a go at turning Monkswell Manor into a guest house. This is their first weekend. They're very nervous. Major Maureen and Major Johnny Summerhaze vibes here, again, from Mrs. McGinty's Dead. Molly and Giles are a bit of a mess, and we see them stumble through the process of welcoming the 4 guests they're planning on hosting: Christopher Wren, Mrs. Boyle, Major Metcalf, and Leslie Casewell, who arrive in that order. Giles is worried that some of them might just leave without paying, but Molly points out that they'll hold on to their luggage and not relinquish it till they pay. Giles points out that for all they know, some of them might be, quote, criminals hiding from the police, end quote. And then, of course, we get our unexpected guest, to reference another Christie play. That would be Mr. Paravicini, and he himself uses that phrase, the unexpected guest. So basically, everyone is super suspicious and weird and mildly amusing. But I'll be honest, I think the first scene of the first act is probably the weakest part of the Mousetrap. Things heat up when Molly gets that phone call and Sergeant Trotter arrives soon after, on skis no less, which made me think of the Sittaford mystery. I'll leave it at that, lest I spoil anything. And Trotter fills them in on the fact that one of them very well may be a killer who killed recently and is planning to kill again. And indeed, by the end of the scene, Mrs. Boyle is both identified as the magistrate who placed those children with the Stannings, and she is killed, though we don't see who did it. Cue curtain and lots of refreshments as theatergoers mingle and mull over whodunit. And when we get back to Act 2, the investigation starts right away. And I think the play pretty much goes like gangbusters from here on out. Act 2 is great. This is where people start turning on each other. Christie is so good at ratcheting up tension in this way. And Then There Were None is definitely the best example of that. But she does a great job here, especially when it comes to Molly and Giles, because she uses the same theme she explored in A Murder Is Announced, the way that people don't really know each other so well in this post-war world, the post-World War II world. They don't know each other's background or people, as Miss Marple would say. And that's just a great means of generating suspicion, especially when we discover that both Molly and Giles were lying to each other about where they were earlier that day. It turns out that both Molly and Giles were in London, which means they could have killed Maureen Lyon in addition to any of their house guests. There's even a sequence where Molly brings up Agatha's own recurring childhood nightmare of the gunman, which she recounts both in her autobiography and the autobiographical Mary Westmacott novel, Unfinished Portrait. Catherine and I have talked about the gunman many times before. Basically, this is a phobia about the people you love turning on you and becoming monstrous. Here are Molly's lines. They're some of the best in the play, I think. You ask yourself questions and you begin to doubt. You feel that somebody you love and know well might be a stranger. And then there's a stage direction, whispering. That's what happens in a nightmare. You're somewhere in the middle of friends, and then you suddenly look at their faces and they're not your friends any longer. They're different people, just pretending. Perhaps you can't trust anybody. Perhaps everybody's a stranger. This idea also comes up in other Christie novels, including Crooked House, as one of the listeners who will contribute to this episode later noticed. It's just a great moment, and I wish I had seen Sheila Sim pull it off. At another point, Sergeant Trotter wonders why on earth Mr. Paravicini would try to make himself look older, especially since most people go in the opposite direction. He says, there's a lot of people trying to look younger than they are. If somebody goes about trying to look older, well, it does make one ask oneself why. This reminded me of the short story The Coming of Mr. Quinn, which is the first story in the Mysterious Mr. Quinn collection. The idea there is that a blonde woman dyeing her hair brown is a total riddle, since most women would want to go in the opposite direction. They'd be trying to become blonde rather than hiding their blonde hair. So just lots of suspicion, lots of weirdness. And this is the point at which I have to stop breaking down this mystery, as much as it pains me to do so. Some people don't think that there are many clues in the Mousetrap. This is something that I'm going to speak about with another guest later in the episode. If I am being extremely generous, I can find 6 clues, actually, that Christie slips into her play script here. Peter Saunders claimed there were a dozen clues in that scathing letter he wrote to the reviewer who revealed the murderer. But to be honest, this is not one of Christie's more robustly clued puzzle mysteries. I do ultimately think it is clued, however, and I think we can fairly call this a proper puzzle mystery, a proper whodunit on the stage, which is such a rarity. It's something that Christie could do very well, and that I think very few other playwrights ever managed to pull off. And yet, I am not going to go through our Bridgeau clues because that would seriously run the risk of spoiling whodunit, and I'm not going to do that. I will say that the main trick of the solution is certainly something Christie has done elsewhere in the canon, but that is all I will say. You know what, listeners? If you are really jonesing for those clues, email me at allaboutthedame@gmail.com and we'll chat. But on this episode, I am going to follow the urging of whichever character gets to do the curtain call at the end of the play. I believe it rotates among the entire cast of characters, and I am going to urge myself and all of you to keep the secret of whodunit locked in our collective hearts. Was it the suspiciously named architect Christopher Wren, who is so decidedly peculiar? Sometimes our Oprah/Maya Angelou clue comes into play, right? When people tell you who they are, believe them. Along the same lines, is it the secretive Miss Casewell or the unexpected guest Mr. Paravicini, who seems to be making himself appear older than he is? On the other hand, sometimes in Christie, the culprit wears a mask. So is it the seemingly affable military man or the ingenuous, Christie's word, housewife turned guest house hostess, Molly Ralston, or her charming husband, Giles? Who could it be? I'll never tell any of you, unless you email me. The most spoilery I will get is to note that there are interesting parallels to be drawn between the Mousetrap and another long-running institution of the British theater, J.B. Priestley's An Inspector Calls. I'm sure that Christie was familiar with An Inspector Calls and was drawing on it, if not consciously, then at least unconsciously, when she wrote The Mousetrap. Not that they map onto each other exactly, they don't, but they do have some similar themes and preoccupations. I did not make that connection on my own, by the way. It was a listener who made that point to me. And then I also came across the same point in Julius Green's book. But I just wanted to throw that out there without any more explanation, just something to think about. And before I move off this sadly incomplete breakdown of The Mousetrap, I have a stray note, 2 critiques, and 2 commendations. So first, my note. We do get a mention of a priest's hole in this play, which Christie has to bring up whenever she's in an old country estate, though she calls it a priest's hideaway here. And there isn't actually one. Christopher Wren just wishes there was, but I wanted to point that out. All right, now my critiques. And my first is a very minor point, but Christie goes to the trouble to say that a note was found on the first victim's body, on Maureen Lyon's body, stating, "This is the first." Are we ever told that another note is found on Mrs. Boyle's body saying this is the second? I don't think we are, although maybe I missed it. I don't remember being told by way of the stage directions that that note existed. I have to imagine that many productions would just put it in there. Its absence irked me, unless I was a bad reader and I didn't see it and it wasn't there after all. Okay, so my bigger critique. For me, the weakest aspect of this play is the coincidence of 3 individuals staying in this guest house who were all involved somehow in this underlying tragedy of horrific child abuse and murder. One of them is our victim, Mrs. Boyle, of course. I'm not going to tell you who the 2 others are because that would be a spoiler. But to be clear, these 3 characters are in addition to the murderer, who is a 4th person involved in that tragedy. The murderer's presence is, of course, not a coincidence, so that's fine. But that means that 4 out of the 7 characters in this guest house had a connection to the Corrigan case, and I find that hard to swallow. This is a tune I have sung many times before on this podcast while reviewing Christie. She did not mind such coincidences. And here is where I'll remind you in a non-spoilery way of the extremely hard to swallow connections/coincidences that underlie the solutions to both 450 from Paddington and The Mirror Cracked from Side to Side. In fact, Christie even hangs a lantern on the coincidental nature of all these people coming together in The Mousetrap. Miss Casewell says at one point in the second act, "Surely it would be a most unlikely coincidence that there should be 2 people brought here by chance, both of them with a share in the Longridge Farm case?" And Sergeant Trotter replies, "Given certain circumstances, it wouldn't be too much of a coincidence." But neither he nor anyone else ever explains what those circumstances might be. And in the end, it's not just 2 people who were brought there, but 3. I think in a better Christie, this coincidence would be explained away via some amazing twist, but not so much here. Okay, now for my 2 commendations. I do think it's striking that neither of the 2 perpetrators of the original crime is depicted in this play. Christie easily could have included Mrs. Lyon as a character who is murdered on stage. But even in the original version where we hear Mrs. Lyon murdered within the first minutes, she isn't a proper character. The people who were involved in the underlying tragedy were either victims or those whose role was tangential and or unintentional. And I think this is much easier to stomach. I, for one, am glad that I didn't have to listen to a child murderer/abuser/neglector try to justify what they did. I think this does, even in a small way, show Christie's sensitivity toward the underlying tragedy, which is something that I will be touching on a whole lot more when I speak with a member of the O'Neill family, the family who are involved in that real underlying tragedy that inspired Christie to write Three Blind Mice in the first place. So that is coming in just a little bit. And then my last story point, my last commendation here is that I think it's clever of Christie to alter the underlying case from two boys, which is what we had in real life, to two boys and a girl. This way, our female characters could have done it just as much as the male characters. And this way, we also get our three blind mice motif. There's also the fact that there were three O'Neill brothers. There was a third brother within this large family who was sent to a different foster couple. So in a way, she is being true to events as well. All right, before I get to that interview, I have some other aspects of the Mousetrap to explore. First, I want to talk about script changes to the Mousetrap over time. So this was brought up to me by one of my recent co-hosts, Christopher Diehl. He co-hosted on our Putting On an Agatha Christie Play episode, which aired recently. Chris has lots of experience putting on lots of Christie plays, including The Mousetrap. And when he read the script that appears in the 70th anniversary edition, we read the same version of the script. He noticed a number of differences between this script and the play that he has produced and directed here in the US many times over. In the 70th anniversary edition, it does state on the cover page that, quote, "This script is the version of the play performed on stage today." And yet, when we compare this edition to the Samuel French edition, which is what Chris has used when he has put on the Mousetrap in the past, and what most, if not all, people here in the US use to perform the Mousetrap in various regional, amateur, and community venues, there are a number of lines in the 70th anniversary edition that do not appear in the Samuel French version. By and large, that is the nature of the differences Chris found between the 70th anniversary edition and the Samuel French edition. And he wasn't expecting to find any, nor was I. So I think this is really interesting. Perhaps some of these differences come down to a UK standard version versus more of a US standard version. The 70th anniversary edition goes on to state, "Over the last 70 years, there have been small changes made to the stage directions and occasional use of language, but otherwise the text remains very close to Agatha Christie's original." So I think it's really interesting, and I'm not exactly sure where these changes are coming from, but Chris has noted several important distinctions between this 70th anniversary edition and the US standard Samuel French edition. And just in case anyone doesn't know what I mean when I say Samuel French, that is a widely known and widely used publisher of play scripts in the US and the UK as well, I believe. It's just that in the case of the Mousetrap, since there aren't any regional or amateur or community productions of the Mousetrap being put on with any sort of regularity in the UK, this Samuel French Actors Edition wouldn't really get used there, not the way that it gets used so regularly in the US. Usually when I'm covering Christie's plays for the podcast, I use Samuel French editions, especially for her lesser known or less popular plays, because often the Samuel French edition is the only edition that you can get. We have a little bit of an embarrassment of riches here because it's the Mousetrap, and we just had this splashy 70th anniversary edition published. So I've never been able to do this sort of side-by-side comparison before, but now I can. And I want to run through some of those differences now. Clearly, this is for the Mousetrap diehards out there, but if this podcast isn't for the diehards, I'm not sure who it is for. So let's get into it. I'm going to reference page numbers, which are the page numbers in the 70th anniversary edition, in case anyone wants to follow along with me. So on page 13, Molly Ralston has a line that is missing from the Samuel French edition. She says, "And she left the wireless on again." And Chris loved the addition of this line because it explains why the wireless, the radio, is on at the beginning of the play when no one is home. That's something that actually always bothered him. He assumed that Christie was just being careless about this detail when in fact she had explained it. So look at that. We should always give Christie credit. 2 pages later, on page 15, we have some flirtatious lines at the end of Molly and Giles's scene together, which is also missing from the Samuel French. Giles says he wants a kiss and another, and then they both refer to these kisses as central heating. And Chris says that he loved reading these cute little exchanges between Molly and Giles, which never existed in his experience of the Mousetrap here in the US. He said it shows that they are still very lovey-dovey newlyweds. And he also likes this line from Giles where he says he wishes that they were opening a guest house in the Bahamas. It's a laugh line. And I agree. I particularly liked that Bahamas line because it put me in mind of a Caribbean mystery, which Christie, of course, hadn't written yet. But in that novel, the relationship between the two newlyweds embarking on a career in hospitality ended a bit differently than it ends here. Not going to spoil either a Caribbean mystery or the Mousetrap, but if you've read both, you know the point I'm making here. Okay, next up on page 33, Christopher Wren is singing Little Jack Horner as he's kind of rooting around the set. And that is the same in both versions. But here in this 70th anniversary edition, it says that he performs it in, quote, the style of Bertha Waddell, end quote. That reference has been excised from the Samuel French edition. That was not a name that Chris was familiar with, and I was not familiar with it either. So this, of course, sent me down a rabbit hole as to who Bertha Waddell was. She is not on Wikipedia. And eventually I figured it out by going to the New Biographical Dictionary of Scottish Women. And here's what I found out. Bertha Waddell was a theater writer, actor, director, and manager. And together with her sister Jenny, she led an extremely active artistic life during almost the entire 20th century. She was born in 1907 and died in 1980. So similar to Christie's lifespan, though about 15 years later. Bertha and Jenny established the first professional theater company specifically for children in 1927 in Glasgow. And what I believe that means is that they put on performances for children. There weren't children doing the performances. The performances were for children. And as their popularity grew, it seems that they performed for whole generations of Scottish children, as well as the princesses Elizabeth and Margaret in the 1930s. And you know what? I'm going to bet as well as Rosalind Christie and or Matthew Pritchard, because that's probably why Christie knew who they were. Sure, Rosalind and Matthew were not Scottish, but the Waddells did not retire until 1968. So that was a lot of children who watched them. I'm going to go out on a limb and bet that there are some listeners from the UK out there listening right now who saw Bertha Waddell themselves, or who at least know what performing in the style of Bertha Waddell means. And you know what, you listeners, I really want you to email me at allaboutthedame@gmail.com to let me know what this means. I will share whatever information I get, not only with Chris, but with all of you on a future episode. So please email me. All right, next, just a page later, we have Christopher Wren heading to the kitchen with Molly to help her cook. And he makes a crack, unintended, about preparing a Spanish omelet. He says, "Olé!" These lines also do not appear in the Samuel French. It seems that there were a number of lighter lines, many of them from Christopher Wren, that were either cut or toned down. Perhaps because producers in the US thought a little of Christopher Wren would go a long way. Maybe they weren't wrong. But I do love that omelet line because it connects Molly that much more strongly to Maureen Summerhays from Mrs. McGinty's Dead. And Poirot. Okay, we only have 3 more of these, and we're skipping way ahead here to page 122. This is where Molly and Giles are starting to suspect each other, and the trust they've built as a newlywed couple is just crumbling. It's falling to pieces. So in the Samuel French, after Molly and Giles have this unpleasant conversation, they just go off together into the kitchen, which Chris always found out of character for Molly, especially because she seems so uncomfortable. But as we can see here in the 70th anniversary edition, there are a few extra lines where Molly tries to put Giles off and he refuses. He says, "I'm coming with you." And again, this just makes a lot more sense on a character level. Okay, next on page 147, in the 70th anniversary version, it's Major Metcalf who says he's going to go investigate Mr. Paravicini's car. In the Samuel French edition, it's Giles who's given the line about what might be found in Mr. Paravicini's car. But as Chris notes, it makes more sense coming from Metcalf, given what we know about Metcalf at the end of the play. No spoilers. And then I can't get too specific about Chris's note on the last scene in the play. It's the final moments of the play. Because if I got into which characters were doing and saying what, you would realize at least who is not the murderer. Since the play ends in a very light way, and apparently the 70th anniversary edition has all of these extra lines that lighten the proceedings even more. And those lines are missing from the Samuel French edition. Here's what Chris writes. I know not everyone loves the cutesy ending, but this version is funnier, and I much prefer it with blank's line, which is a charming little button at the end. Overall, I would reinstate most of the cut lines if I directed this again. Very, very interesting. And thank you, Chris, for doing the work here of going through the script and giving us a side-by-side comparison so that we could appreciate some of the more granular changes that have been made to the Mousetrap over the years, perhaps organically. I'm not exactly sure how or when or why those changes have been made. And if anyone has any light to shed on the matter, I would love to hear it, but I wanted to point that out. Also, just to be clear, Christopher Diehl is such a Mousetrap nerd, an Agatha Christie nerd, that he noticed those changes while he was reading the 70th anniversary edition. It's not like he was doing a side-by-side comparison. It's just that he knew instantly he was reading lines that he wasn't familiar with from the play that he has put on and gone through so many times. So, Chris, if you needed to establish your bona fides as an agathologist, you just did, though I think you already had. Furthermore, I'm not surprised that what appear to be changes away from Christie's original script don't improve matters for the most part. We stray from Christie at our peril. All right, I now want to talk about what it is like performing in the Mousetrap. I was fortunate enough to be corresponding via email with another mystery scholar and enthusiast and listener of this podcast who had himself acted recently in a regional production of The Mousetrap. I don't normally name my listeners when they write in, but I cleared this with him first. And his message about what it's like to perform in The Mousetrap is so lovely that I wanted to shout him out by name. So thank you to Nick Cardillo for the following, which I think you'll really appreciate whether or not you've seen the play. And don't worry, there are no spoilers here. Here is what Nick had to say. The production of The Mousetrap in which I took part was somewhat unorthodox. The play was written and meant to be performed in a standard proscenium theater with the audience observing all the action straight on. The theater in which I performed was an alley style, which means that audiences were seated on both sides of the stage. The stage itself a long, narrow playing space. We put walls up on both ends of the stage for entrances and exits. It was actually a unique presentation for this decades-old play and helped make it feel more intimate and, perhaps, less stagey than it could feel today. Playing Sergeant Trotter in this production meant that I was off stage for the first 35 minutes of the show, watching and listening to the audience's reactions on the backstage monitors. Christie lays the groundwork for this section so well, introducing the cast of characters one by one, making them a very eccentric bunch descending on Monkswell Manor. Christopher Wren always gets a laugh, as does Miss Casewell terrorizing the horrible Mrs. Boyle. Quote, bloody old bitch, end quote, even engendered some applause night after night. You can argue that The Mousetrap is not the tightest of Christie's works, but she is still operating at an extremely confident level here. The actor playing the killer realized that their first line is a laugh line, and if they could elicit that reaction from the audience, then the audience's collective guard would be down for the rest of the night. The detective of the piece, Trotter, is saddled with a lot of exposition, and in the second half is Christie's way of pushing the suspicion around the room. Great time is taken to determine where everyone was at the time the murder was committed. You never stop to wonder just how relevant it all might be. As an actor, to experience the tension in the room palpably rise as Trotter questions Molly about her husband is an experience that I will never forget. Bar the final unmasking of whodunit, this scene is my favorite in the play. You can sense that there is a real connection developing between Trotter and Molly as they theorize together. I see that I am rambling on here, so I will end with a few connections to other Christies, which I really appreciated. Molly's description of a nightmare, seeing people and discovering they are not at all who they appear to be, is taken almost verbatim from a similar passage in Crooked House. Funnily enough, I reread that book during rehearsals for the play and saw the similarity at once. The killer also takes a leaf from the murderer in Murder in Mesopotamia's book when, at last revealed, they say, I am so tired. It informed the character to a great degree. Despite being a deranged psychopath, at their core, the killer is just an emotionally stunted child, and it is not simple for them to plan and execute this daring scheme. They kill, but, unlike in another of Christie's stories, murder is not easy. Thank you for that, Nick. I really wanted to include someone's perspective in this episode who was involved in an actual production of the play. You know, I already mentioned that I saw The Mousetrap at the St. Martin's Theatre. I did so while I was spending a summer in England doing research into the plays of Wilkie Collins for my English honors thesis. How's that for an appropriate context within which to view The Mousetrap? That would have been the summer of 2000, So it was nearly a quarter century ago. I went to as much theater as I possibly could that summer. I was all about the half-price tickets and the last-minute deals, the standing room only, et cetera, et cetera. I remember enjoying The Mousetrap a great deal, though I will be honest, I don't remember much of anything about the play itself. So this reminiscence from Nick here is really invaluable. Thank you again. Okay, so this is the part of the episode where I would normally turn to the oodles of film and television adaptations that have been made for a property as prized as The Mousetrap, which is undoubtedly one of the Christie crown jewels. I would be talking adaptations here, but aside from the few pre-stage play television productions I mentioned at the top of the episode, we really don't have much to discuss here, and that is due to the oddball adaptational history of The Mousetrap, which fittingly for Christie, has more to do with omission than presence. Here is what Mark Aldridge has to say on the matter in Agatha Christie on Screen. Christie herself refused permission for the play to be filmed, and Matthew Pritchard has explained why this situation has not changed. I made a written promise to my grandmother that I wouldn't publish Three Blind Mice in the UK whilst the play is running. Such an exception has ensured that Three Blind Mice has maintained a special status in the Christie canon. The long run of the stage play has precluded exploitation of either The Mousetrap or Three Blind Mice elsewhere, including in film form. Pritchard points out that Peter Saunders, who was the original producer, sold the film rights early in the run to British producer John Wolfe and put in the contract that he couldn't make a film while the play was running in the West End. And then Wolfe died, and the play went on and went on. Nevertheless, there have been several attempts to bring the story to screen in some form, including some that predate the West End play, such as a proposed deal in 1950, of which Christie appeared to be in favor, but which fell through. Domestically, 10 minutes of the West End production were broadcast live on the new commercial ITV network in the UK in 1955 as part of the Curtain Call series, which highlighted current theatrical productions. In 1958, the New York Times reported that American film producer Edward Small was to follow up on the success of his 1957 film of Christie's Witness for the Prosecution with a film of The Mousetrap, but a legitimate film version has never materialized. And, while I'm always happy to see a new Christie adaptation of pretty much anything, this is one situation where I kind of like the fact that we don't have any film versions. It's a fun quirk of the Christie-verse that The Mousetrap maintains its purity, its pure state as a stage play by way of its continuing success. I like it. And I should also note that this omerta on further adaptations extends to amateur theatrical productions, even in the UK. There was, of course, the pre-West End regional run, and every now and then there are regional tours in the UK of the West End production, but there are no proper regional or amateur productions for these 72 years, which makes this property one of the more curious ones when it comes to the way that Christie is consumed abroad. I mean, I can tell you from personal experience that The Mousetrap gets put up in regional venues, such as the one Nick Cardillo appeared in, all the time here in the US. I have to imagine it's the same in other countries outside the UK. So that is a significant quirk of The Mousetrap. And we don't see that sort of bifurcation or divergence as to the UK experience versus everywhere else in relation to any other Christie properties. Interestingly, Mark quotes Matthew Pritchard in Agatha Christie on Screen as believing that a good film version of The Mousetrap is possible, one in which there might be a prologue that, quote, started with the abuse in the farm, which takes place before the play starts. I think you could make a wonderful film of The Mousetrap, but somehow I doubt it'll ever be done. This is interesting in light of my discussion that I am going to start in just a few minutes with a member of the family who were involved in the tragic events that Christie used for the underlying motivation in The Mousetrap. So keep this in mind. More on that in a little bit. The fact that there aren't any adaptations of The Mousetrap proper doesn't mean that there can't be any films about The Mousetrap, however. Recently, we had one pop up that got a lot of notice from Christie fans. That would be 2022's See How They Run, which is set in and around the 100th performance of The Mousetrap. It features an original murder mystery involving the actors and crew who put on the play each night. It stars Sam Rockwell and Saoirse Ronan. Richard Attenborough and Sheila Sim are characters. Agatha Christie herself is depicted in this film, and in the end, The motivation behind this original murder actually comes from one of the family members of the real-life tragedy. This person is outraged that the tragedy has been mined for entertainment. I covered this film on the podcast's Patreon, and it too is going to come up in my discussion with the member of the family involved in those real-life tragic events that Christie made use of. So again, just keep that in mind. I'm not sure if there are other films like See How They Run, which are about the phenomenon of the mousetrap. If anyone knows of any, particularly in the English language, please write into me at allaboutthedame@gmail.com. I would love to know. And I have to point out that this omerta on film adaptations extends only to English language adaptations. As I learned in Mark's Agatha Christie on Screen, there are a number of non-English language adaptations of The Mousetrap in existence. I'll just run through the ones that Mark mentions, though I imagine there are others lurking out there. We've got a 1954 German language television adaptation. This one was 50 minutes long, entitled The Fox Hunt in German. According to Mark, it appears to have been an abridged version of the West End production that had been running for over a year by this point, rather than a reworking of either the original radio script or Christie's subsequent short story based on it. We've got a 1955 Danish language television adaptation, a 1956 Brazilian Portuguese language adaptation, a 1960 Bengali language adaptation, which was India's first film adaptation of a Christie story. This one was called Silently He Comes in Bengali, and it was set in contemporary India, mirroring the isolated, claustrophobic setting of Christie's story, though the characters are cut off by water rather than snow. Interesting. And then we have a 1990 Russian language adaptation, which apparently is very moody and violent. So I'm going to quote from Mark again. This bleak approach may emphasize the danger of the scenario, but it is hard for the audience to engage with such a gloomy dramatization. It includes nudity and what appears to be an attempted rape, both of which seem to be common prerequisites of Russian adaptations, but otherwise progresses along the play's normal lines. And that is all I have on adaptations. Don't touch that dial. We'll be back in a moment with the rest of our episode. We just wanted to take a moment to ask you, our dear listeners, for a favor.
If you haven't already done so, we would very much appreciate it if you take a moment to, give us a rating or a review wherever you're listening to this podcast.
It really helps the podcast out because ratings and reviews make it much easier for other Christie fans such as yourselves to find our podcast.
And the more ratings and reviews we get, the more people we can reach.
It should take you a matter of seconds, and lucky you, we're going to provide you with those seconds right now, so go to it.
Thank you so much. And now, back to our regularly scheduled programming.
All right, it is time now to bring on my first of two guests in this episode. That's right, listeners. I still have two guest interviews yet to air on this gloriously bumper-sized episode. I had the privilege of speaking with a relative of Dennis and Terry O'Neill, who were the two boys involved in that tragic case of child abuse and murder at Bank Farm in 1944/1945. First, I want to thank one of you listeners for connecting me to this person and for sharing information about the underlying O'Neill case. You know who you are, listener. And now it is time to speak with that relative. Let's just get right to the interview where all will be explained. My guest, Philip O'Neill, is the author of a book of poetry published quite recently in 2022 called Poems from the Unconscious: Reflections on Trauma, Recovery, and Healing. I'm just going to pull Phil's author description from his book and read it out for you here. Father, grandfather, internationalist who lived for 10 years in France, 1 in Italy, and 3 in California. He has visited more than 60 countries. He was a frustrated poet while pursuing a successful professional business career. Despite writing poetry since a young child and being a prize winner in a national creative writing competition aged 15, he was late to the craft. His first short story was published in a regional newspaper in 2010, his first published poem in 2017. He has a bachelor's degree in international marketing from the University of Greenwich, an MBA from the London Business School, and he finally fulfilled his dream when he studied for an MA in creative writing at the University of Kent in Paris in 2017, graduating at 63 years of age. Phil lives in Kent, England, with his wife, Sveta, but travels the world as much as he can, meeting and making friends and visiting family. I'd also like to add that Phil is a trained Samaritan volunteer, which is someone who receives calls from people with depression or who may be otherwise in mental distress and does what he can to help them. As you may have guessed from his last name, Phil has a personal connection to the O'Neill case that inspired Agatha Christie's The Mousetrap. He is the nephew of Dennis and Terry O'Neill, the son of their brother Tom. Terry O'Neill actually published a memoir in 2010 called Someone to Love Us, which described his ordeal with his brother Dennis at Bank Farm. Terry passed away, however, just a few months ago in September 2023. Phil was born after the events that took place at Bank Farm, so he never met his uncle Dennis, but that does not mean he wasn't affected by the tragedy that befell his two uncles, which is something he explores a great deal in his book of poetry. We have a lot to discuss here. Welcome, Phil.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So first off, I just want to say how sorry I am for what happened to your family members at Bank Farm. It was a tragedy and a travesty. And one of the reasons I wanted to have you on today is that I think we run the risk of the enormity of that real life tragedy being overlooked or elided in the face of the 70 plus years worth of entertainment we've gotten out of Christie's story, which she based on this tragedy, or which was at least inspired by this tragedy. And one of the main themes of your book of poetry, at least as I experienced it, was this notion of transgenerational trauma that gets passed down from one generation to the next, so that events that happened within a family's history, and not just one's personal history, can play a significant role in how we experience the world. To quote from the introduction to your book of poetry, "Finally, I felt comfortable with the diagnosis that my mental ill health was due to childhood trauma, or indeed, and more likely, transgenerational trauma." Could you talk a little about transgenerational trauma, specifically in relation to the trauma your relatives suffered at Bank Farm, and then which you went on to experience yourself in your own way?
Yeah, it's very interesting because my father, who also wrote a book actually about the case and how he spent his childhood and eventually became a residential social worker looking after children in distress. But what I discovered, we knew, as children, we knew absolutely nothing about the Dennis O'Neill case. We didn't even know the existence of Dennis. I discovered that I had this really wonderful, handsome, charismatic uncle called Terry when I was about 10 years old. So it was all buried. Nobody spoke about it. And Freddie, who was the third brother, who was originally sent to Shropshire near Bank Farm, I discovered him when I was 18 years old. I went to his wedding. My dad had no contact with Freddie until he was about 50 years old. So anyway, my dad handed me the manuscript to his book that he wrote when I was about 18 and said, "What do you think of this? Would you be happy if I had this published?" And I read the book and I was going, oh my God, I had no idea, right? So I discovered the story of Dennis and without too many of the gory details at the time. And it kind of explained a lot to me, because I used to look at my family and think, why am I and my cousins and my uncles and aunts, why are we so dysfunctional? One of my daughters said, "Daddy, you're no more dysfunctional than a lot of people I know." But, my family were, a lot of alcoholism, a lot of distressed people, a lot of divorce. So all sorts of really weird things going on. And I couldn't figure this out. And it was only when I reached the grand old age of, 50 or something, and I think it was definitely my brother discovered the link to the Mousetrap, which was like, oh my God, this is extraordinary. So then it became this kind of macro thing of, okay, Dennis O'Neill, front page news, the story that took the war off the front pages, a parliamentary inquiry, change in the law, blah, blah, blah. And then added to that was this Mousetrap. And suddenly it became more meaningful to me as a reason or as an explanation for the strange behavior of my family when I was growing up. So one really good example for me is that I took my parents to see the Mousetrap for their 80th birthday.
Oh, wow.
And we had never seen it. We had no idea what it was about. We knew there was a link, but we had no idea what it was about. So I phoned the theatre director in London, and I told him the link that we had to the story of the Mousetrap.
Mm-hmm.
And he put us in the royal box.
Oh, wow.
And we had free champagne, signed a program by the cast. And as my dad said, the first thing, because he had great sense of humor, he said the first thing he did was he went and sat on the throne that the Queen had sat on in the royal toilets by the royal box, right? So that was quite funny. Anyway, my dad had a great sense of humor. We're watching the Mousetrap, and my dad's in the front row with my mum, and I'm like in the row behind. I am a weeping and a wailing because I can see the link with Terry. Because Terry is basically, without giving the secret away of who's the murderer in the Mousetrap, Terry is basically the character who is the murderer. And I'm thinking, and Agatha Christie describes him as a sociopath or psychopath, a sex maniac. And I'm going, oh my God, Terry is the most beautiful man in the world. He's so charismatic. He's so lovely. He wouldn't hurt a fly. So I'm actually weeping behind my mum and dad with my wife and daughter and my brother. And I'm looking at my dad, and he is not moving. He's transfixed, showing no emotion. And I thought, this is so strange. Why isn't he showing any emotion? And a friend described afterwards the reaction to trauma is, freeze or flee. And my dad had frozen, basically. And I also had written a play about the family. And I had some actors ad-libbing this scene of my parents going to the Mousetrap. So the night before they're discussing it, and my dad is saying, the actor who's improvising said, yeah, but what's going to happen? I don't want to go to the Mousetrap. I don't want to go. I don't know what it's about. I know it's about the family, but I don't know what it's about. My mum is saying, don't worry, the kids have bought the tickets now. Take me to the theatre. It's great. And my dad goes, but how am I going to react? What if I get really upset? I'm in a theatre in the West End of London. People will be looking at me, and I can't deal with it. What if I break down? And that work of fiction, as it were, that improvisation, actually confirmed to me that is actually what happened. So then, my dad always used to write stuff down, right? So he'd go on holiday and he'd write 10 pages about the holiday. He wrote, and this is where I'm coming now to, you'll understand the link to the transgenerational trauma thing. He wrote about that evening that he had been with some acquaintances. He didn't call us his family. I think he used the word acquaintances to see the Mousetrap. And he said that he found it very difficult to watch the Mousetrap because Dennis was killed on my dad's birthday, the 9th of January 1945, when he was 17 years old. My dad was 17. And there's a little anecdote around that. He was walking through the Rhondda Valley where he was in a home for desperate children, last resort home, but run by the Salvation Army. And my dad heard somebody shout out, "Tommy, Tommy." And he said, this is really strange. Nobody here calls me Tommy. The only people who call me Tommy is my family. And that was the exact moment that Dennis died. So that's one little kind of weird anecdote, very, very horrible and profound. And you all, sorry to interrupt, but just so I understand, you all went to see the Mousetrap then on your dad's 80th birthday. So, yes. So that was also the anniversary of
the night that Dennis actually passed away as well.
Yes,
wow.
Exactly.
Okay.
So in this document that I found after my dad's death, he wrote, "What my children don't understand is that my birthday is a very difficult day for me, because on the one hand, I'm happy that it's my birthday, but on the other hand, I'm very distressed because it's the day my brother died."
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, Dad, why didn't you tell us that when you were alive? When I think about that, I think I'm now a 7-year-old child, and I'm rushing up to my dad, and I'm hugging him, and I'm kissing him, and I'm giving him his birthday card, and I'm saying, "Happy birthday, Daddy, happy birthday, Daddy." And I can sense as a child that he's distressed. And I couldn't, what a 7-year-old child wouldn't understand that. This is a happy moment. My dad wrote that it was a very difficult moment for him, understandably. Why didn't you tell us? And so I've got occasions throughout my childhood and early adulthood where I think I used to think, why is he behaving like that? Maybe it was unconscious, like my poems, from the unconscious. A little child would think, why are my parents behaving like this? Why is my dad behaving not like every other dad? And I think by not talking about this stuff, by hiding the fact that I had an Uncle Terry, by hiding the fact that I had an Uncle Freddie, by hiding the fact that Dennis had been brutally killed, that actually perpetuates the trauma. And that's where the kind of transgenerational trauma comes from. And I read this book by Edith Eger, who's an Auschwitz survivor and psychoanalyst, and she makes that very point, that trauma is transferred when people don't talk about their experiences, especially her experiences. I don't want to compare myself with an Auschwitz survivor, but she says her kids used to say, "Why can't we talk about our grandparents? Where are our grandparents? All of our friends have got grandparents. We don't have any." And because they perished in the camps. They were murdered in the camps. And what they discovered in Canada, I researched this, what they discovered in Canada in the 1960s, that children of survivors of the concentration camps were massively disproportionately referred to psychiatric treatment. And that's when the first sort of discussions about transgenerational trauma came about. And that really sat well with my family's background. Here's something I say in my book. Childhood mistreatment can cause a cycle of abuse and anxiety in subsequent generations. Other situations that could cause transgenerational trauma include extreme poverty, a crime against the family, a sudden or violent death of a close relative, a parent who fought in a war, torture of a family member. And I conclude that little section by saying these conditions were all present in my family. And that somehow, that kind of was an enlightenment for me that, oh my God, that explains the behavior of my family, my generation. And, I always said to my dad, you have stopped the transference of abuse from one generation to the other. But then later on in life, and I love my dad, I love my mom, I really cared for them, and I blame them for nothing. But I felt that that wasn't correct. They had transferred that trauma. They'd stopped the cycle of abuse in that there was no physical abuse, but I think there was psychological abuse despite all their efforts. And it's because my dad particularly was so traumatized, he couldn't help himself.
Right.
And then, just on the Mousetrap, because I guess, that's the focus of your efforts here. Agatha Christie is in the papers, on the television every frigging day. Right?
She truly is. Yes.
Yeah. And trigger or what? I'm Jesus, man. I wish I didn't know that the Mousetrap was based on what happened to my poor desperate uncle, because when I was young, Agatha Christie, great, brilliant, wow, fantastic. My dad used to read it, and it does trigger me, and I'm trying to get through this because it shouldn't. I don't want it to, but it does, and we've been contacted, my brother was contacted by the BBC to participate in a program that Lucy Worsley did on Agatha Christie. In the end, it didn't happen, but it's like, oh my God, please leave us alone, respect my family. You know, the Guardian wrote an article about, the Guardian's English newspaper, wrote an article about Dennis O'Neill and the Mousetrap. And, you know, they get their facts wrong. Journalists are very lazy, right? And it really used to annoy me that they didn't respect the poor little kid. You know, have you seen the film See How They Run?
I was going to ask you about See How They Run because
Right.
So that you don't have to explain, and without spoiling anything from that movie as well, I think we can get at the heart of what must have been so strange and perhaps galling about that movie is that the motivation for the murder ends up being the family who are fictionally portrayed in the Mousetrap getting their revenge for that fictionalization. So not only is your family's tragedy being fictionalized, but your feelings about that fictionalization are being fictionalized in that movie. And I have to imagine that was quite head spinning to watch. And I'm very curious how you felt about that. And listeners, if you're worried about being spoiled for See How They Run, the movie, you might want to fast forward a couple of minutes, though I urge you to come back and listen to Phil's reaction to the movie because I think it is well worth hearing.
Well, I was extraordinarily angry because the character, hopefully without giving anything away either, the character who kills the people in the film, his name is Dennis. And I thought, you lazy, I want to swear, but you lazy producers, writers, what you could have chosen any name and you chose Dennis. So Dennis is the murderer in See How They Run. And so when I read, because it's very difficult to get hold of the script of The Mousetrap, but I've got a friend who is a playwright and director. He got me the script of The Mousetrap. And as I said earlier, Terry is described as a psychopath, sex maniac, and that really annoyed me. But then seeing this film where Dennis is basically a murderer, it shocked me so much. I was so distressed by it. And again, that was like a trigger for me. And can I just say one thing about this trigger thing? When I did my MA, I had no idea what I was going to write about. I'd already done a lot of research into my family's history because I wanted to discover the facts because there was so much, bull about in the family about what had happened. That my grandparents were wonderful people in one side of the family, and the other side they were evil people because they were alcoholics and they were in prison for child neglect and so on. And I thought, I'm going to find out the facts. So I'd already done a lot of research, but I had no intention of really writing about it. When I started my MA, the professor gave a talk and did a poetry reading one evening at the university, in front of 200 people or whatever, she read poems about very distressing historical events. And I'm sitting there going, tragic events, beautiful poetry. And I'm thinking, I'm going to write about my family. That's how all this started. And then I discovered 300 odd poems that I'd written 30 years ago when I was in distress. So it all kind of came together. And people said to me, it must have been cathartic to write these poems about your past and your family. And I sort of thought, even though there's a poem called Catharsis in the book, I didn't feel that it was cathartic. And one of my children said to me, Daddy, stop writing about the family. It's not doing you any good. It's not cathartic. It's just dragging it all up again. And I thought, yeah, there's some truth in that. And again, talking about that triggering effect of Agatha Christie, it feels like it's not cathartic. It is actually damaging. And that's a challenge that I've faced most of my adult life. And that's where the transgenerational trauma comes in again. So, I think I'm pretty mentally robust now, but I've been through some, as has my family, and I think it all goes right back to those terrible days. And if I can just say something about my grandparents, because the same daughter said, you cut a huge amount of slack for members of your family that are very unhealthy, but you're so aggressive vis-a-vis your grandparents. So I did a little bit of research around my grandparents. And I think I write about this in the book. So it's not just poetry. There are some narrative sections. I think I should have changed the title actually and said, wonderful story illustrated by poems rather than making poems a focus, because poetry is challenging for some people. But, I discovered that I knew my granddad was in the war, but, he would have been in the First World War trenches as a teenager. My grandmother was a nurse in the First World War on the front line. And I'm thinking, oh my God, what horrors did they see? And how about that for trauma? Then they go back to South Wales, where they come from. The unemployment rate in Newport, where they were living, in 1918-19 was 0. In 1990-20, it was 40%. So they've gone, and when they were kicked out of the army at the end of the war, what did they get? A suit, and that was it. No social security, no money, no national health support, nothing. They had nothing, and suddenly they find themselves unemployed, on the streets, traumatized. So what the hell did you expect them to do? So they became drunks. My grandmother was addicted to snuff. And then, had started having kids because they're good Catholics, and ended up, my grandfather was imprisoned in 1923 for the first time for child neglect, and then they both ended up in prison in 1939 for child neglect, and that's when the whole family fell apart, and my dad ended up in an approved school, which was a child's prison, basically. And the two brothers, Terry and Dennis, 5 years later or 6 years later, ended up in Bank Farm.
Right.
So I kind of cut them some slack, because what else are they going to do? Can you imagine fighting in the trenches in the First World War as a teenager? I mean, oh my God.
Yeah.
So now, so it's really interesting, because if I unroll the trauma backwards, I feel that, everybody in my previous generations did what they could. They did what they could. And I mentioned that in my acknowledgements to everybody that's been involved with my life, my parents, my first wife, my wife, my children. We all did what we could.
Yes.
And we continue to do so.
Interestingly, Agatha Christie herself has her own stories about, putting dismembered legs and arms into furnaces as a nurse during World War I.
Yeah.
And, she was at that point in her 20s, but still quite young. And yes, I mean, I think that war in the UK, there was, that was just such the entire generation was traumatized profoundly. Yeah. I think it was a profound trauma. And then that reverberated because of the economic effects of that. And that was a big takeaway from your book, because people don't think about their situation as enough, the situation of your grandparents, which of course is the proximate cause for, why then that this foster care situation gone awry happened. But you keep on peeling the onion, and going down to a layer. Exactly. I find that all felt really moving. And especially, I just have to highlight, when you were saying this image of you as a young boy on your father's birthday, wishing him a happy birthday, and how he didn't say anything. But the irony of that is it must have been never harder, given that you and your brother as young children would be this visceral reminder of his younger brothers. And, obviously he wasn't going to say anything then either. I mean, you're not going to tell a child about the horrors of the world. Yeah. But, not saying anything when you became a little bit older. Yes, it would have been great, obviously, if that had happened. But my God, I can understand that. I
sure.
can completely understand that.
Yeah, sure.
I wanted to touch also on, you talked a little bit about your Uncle Terry, who you did know, and the way that he had sort of dealt with this trauma and went on to have this amazing life and to have such an amazing attitude about it. There's a BBC audio documentary called The Mousetrap and Me that first aired in 2011. I know you're familiar with it. I'm actually going to include a link to that in the notes to this episode so listeners can listen to it for themselves. But Terry is interviewed at length about his experience as a child at Bank Farm with Dennis. And he talks about going to see The Mousetrap for the the first time. And we actually go inside the theater with him. You can hear the crowd around him. And this is also quite late in the play's run. It had been on almost 60 years by that point. And you write about it in one of your poems. I'm going to quote from this poem right now. He even loved the way Agatha Christie dramatized the Mousetrap, how she imagined he would feel, turning him into a vengeful, schizophrenic, homicidal sex maniac. Fantastic, said my beautiful, sweet Terry. And that really hit me as well. I mean, he could have been every bit as incensed, and you can hear it in the documentary. He says it was upsetting hearing the details of the underlying case. I can't even imagine having experienced it himself. I think upsetting is an understatement. But he was asked afterward how he felt about the revenge from this incident being the motivating force behind the murders committed, and whether he can relate to that or felt similarly. And he said, I didn't. And what stopped him was that he wanted to be better than the people who were so cruel to him. And that's so simple, but it's so beautifully put. And it just sounds like he was a gem of a person. I just wondered if you could talk a little bit more about him as someone who knew him personally, since he's no longer with us.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I said, I first met him when I was 10 years old. I didn't know he existed. And what had happened, it's really interesting as well. So I'd met him, I'm sure I'd met him. And then my parents received a letter from Uncle Terry. And I'm going, oh my God, a letter from Uncle Terry. This is amazing. Because I fell in love with him immediately. He had these wonderful piercing blue eyes, a bit like Paul Newman, right? And very blonde, curly, wavy hair, and very, very handsome man. And I fell in love with him. And he had two daughters who were so beautiful, and they were all so kind to us. Out of all the family, they were the only ones at that point that I can remember who weren't living in the slums of Newport. So it was really nice to go to their house. But anyway, so they received this letter, and I'm really excited. So I want to open the letter. And my dad won't let me read it. And he said, it's about stuff that you don't know about. And I'm thinking, it's about sex, obviously. And I'm 10 years old. I was brought up in a children's home, despite the fact that my parents were the residential social workers. I'm exposed to sex and violence and all sorts of stuff as a very young kid. So I'm thinking, it's just about sex. Oh, well, I won't tell my dad I know everything about it already. Years later, I discovered it was about, Terry had been interviewed by the Sunday Mirror, because he had written to the Sunday Mirror, because there was an article about the Mousetrap and Dennis O'Neill, and Terry wrote to the Sunday Mirror, and they wrote an article about Terry in which he was quite disparaging about his family. And he basically said that a young female journalist had been fluttering her eyelashes at him in a short skirt, and he just, she kind of led him astray a little bit in some of the comments he made. So he was writing to the family to apologize profusely for criticizing the family of how he had been treated as a kid. And that's in my book, you'll see, and the Agatha Christie archive were wonderful in giving me a facsimile copy of the article in the Sunday Mirror, which Agatha Christie signed, saying, from these real-life happenings, I took the idea for the Mousetrap, signed Agatha Christie. So, and that's the article that Terry had responded to. So, anyway, they were my first kind of contacts with Terry. And, I saw him as a child. I saw him at Freddie's wedding. And every time I saw him, I was just blown away by him. And then my dad, when he went to university at Cardiff to actually become a qualified social worker, he spent a year with Terry living there. And that's when they spent, 24 hours a day talking about what had happened. And my dad would come home and tell me about the stories that Terry would talk about, the fact that Terry had nightmares every night because he would see... Sorry, I get a bit emotional.
Yeah.
He would see Dennis at the end of his bed, and that he, became alcoholic, couldn't hold a job down. So I was getting all these stories from my dad about this wonderful Terry. And then, things we used to meet up my dad and his brothers and sisters used to meet up every year or so, and we'd go along. This is now when I'm an adult. So I remember the last meeting we had, I was in my early 40s.
Mm-hmm.
So that was, really great to be with the whole family, but there was never any mention of Dennis or the terrible events. But all the time I'm looking at Terry going, oh man, he's amazing.
Yeah.
Then Terry's book comes out, and in his book, he kind of accused my dad of betraying his location post the trial of Dennis's killer, because he was put into a foster home in Cardiff, and my dad bumped into him basically when he was in the Salvation Army, and Terry accused him in the book of betraying his whereabouts to the tabloid press, because Terry has always been pursued by the tabloid press.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad got really upset and said that didn't happen. I just said to my dad, listen, it was 60 years ago, forget it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But then I went to see Terry with, so I'm going to introduce Freddie again here. So Freddie had 3 kids by his first wife, remarried, had another couple of kids, and we've become extraordinarily close to these children. The first 3 children were kind of more or less abandoned by Freddie, which was very distressing for them, obviously, but also for me, because why would you, having been taken away from your family yourself, why would you abandon your own children? So the eldest child and I became very close, and we went to see Terry probably in about 2000 and what year is it now? So 2015, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we did a lot of research in Newport of what had happened around Dennis. So we went to see Terry, and again, I'm sort of in awe of this guy. At this point, he's probably in his 70s and looking as handsome as ever, but not quite as fit as he was when he was younger. And as I'm talking to him, I actually challenged him on I said my dad was very upset about this accusation. And his wife, Pat, who's really lovely as well, said, well, it happened like that. And I said, well, I don't think it did. Terry, will you please confirm to me now whether that was the ghostwriter who put it, or did it really happen? And he said, it didn't happen, and I apologize. So that was wonderful. While we're having that conversation, and this shows you what Terry's like, Judith was getting quite agitated, Freddie's eldest daughter. And suddenly she says, Terry, can I ask you a question? Terry, yes, my love, of course you can. She said, and this is a headmistress of a school, professional, intelligent, lovely. She said, why did my father abandon me? And Terry just said, I don't know, my lovely, I don't know. And it got very emotional and very caring, though. And it just felt, Terry's just such a great guy, even though he couldn't give an answer. But that's where, again, that's another example of the trauma.
Yeah.
Poor Freddie.
Yeah.
How could he handle that shit? Because Freddie he thought he was in a family of 3 brothers. He didn't realize that he had like 10 or 11 or 12, or they're never quite sure how many they were. My dad always used to say, we don't even know who the eldest was, So poor Freddie, he was known as Freddie Pickering. And we always assumed he'd been adopted, but he found out that he hadn't been adopted. And then there was a bit of animosity towards him, because there was a feeling in the family that he'd been treated very well while the others had been abused. Mm-hmm. And it turns out that Freddie had been abused as well. So again, there's no blame attached anymore. All these poor kids suffered terribly. Freddie became a very, very successful businessman and very wealthy man, and he really looked after his kids in the end. But very traumatized himself. Drank too much, like all the O'Neills. I mean, it's in the Irish blood as well, isn't it? Even though we're Welsh as well, and it's in the Welsh blood. But it's just like, oh my God, these people are so genuinely, they're so lovely, they're so intelligent. They're so beautiful, and yet because of the trauma, they did a lot of damage to themselves and to their children, and it's really sad.
So he wasn't reunited with his other brothers and sisters after all of these events came to light when he was still a child. Did he stay with the Pickerings? Because that's where he was placed, right? Once they were at Bank Farm and he was with the Pickerings. Did he just stay with them and grow up with them?
No, he didn't. I mean, they put him into boarding school, and so he didn't actually live with them for quite some time. And then he ended up, I don't know how, but he ended up in Lancashire near Blackburn. And I've got a document that he wrote. He became a pillar of the community. He had it's funny because in American it's soccer, right? But at the time there was an England footballer, played for England, and Blackburn, which is where my uncle lived, Freddie, called Freddie Pickering. And my dad used to say, I wonder if that's my brother. And it wasn't, but Fred Pickering, our Fred Pickering, became a printer, and he used to print the program for Blackburn Rovers, the team that Freddie Pickering played for. And as I said, he thought, I think Terry stayed in contact with Freddie, but Freddie thought he was one of three brothers, Terry, Dennis, and Freddie. Then the year that my dad spent living with Terry, they then went to Bank Farm, and then they went to meet Freddie. And Freddie didn't know that my dad, Tommy, existed at that point. So that was a huge transformation in his life. Oh, I've got this bloody great family in Newport. That's when we started meeting up. That generation started meeting up. So he met his brothers and sisters, but up until that point, he had no idea they existed.
Which is crazy considering obviously the trauma. I mean, one of them died and they went through this traumatic event, and you would think that would be a time to, well, you do have all of these other siblings who are, around and could potentially be a source of support. But did you just say that your father also revisited Bank Farm with Terry?
Yes.
When was Terry. That?
About 1972. And I think my dad writes about it in his book. I can't quite remember, but I think he did. And they talk about the owners were very kind and helpful to them. But, obviously it's quite traumatizing for them. And they found the cubby hole where Dennis had been locked inside, which had been changed into something else. But they kind of recognized some of the places that had been changed, but he recognised it. I went back there as well, but I couldn't actually find Bank Farmer. I wasn't quite sure. And then I found it too difficult to actually go there and try and talk to the people. So we just looked in from the lane down the road. And that was about 5-6 years ago again. But I do want to go back there.
I also have to ask, I mean, and it's so interesting to hear you say that, Agatha Christie is a trigger, which I completely understand. I mean, that's not something we've come across, I think, on this podcast. I've talked to so many different people and about different aspects of Christie and what she means to them. And this is one of the sadder ones, and I think the other ones, but I completely understand it. And it's true. I mean, I always like to say how, because I do this podcast, I do a Google alert, which, kind of notifies you when someone's name comes up or anything. I mean, you could do a Google alert for any keywords, but if you do it for Agatha Christie, I get at least, 25 items a day. And it's just constant. It's just a constant reference. So you come across the name, even if you don't want to. And the idea of that immediately reminding you of what it reminds you of is that's got to be hard. And I just have to ask, because you have 4 daughters, I believe.
Yes.
And one of your daughters who did the illustrations for your book, her name is Agatha.
I assume. Total coincidence.
Okay, I assume it's a total coincidence. Yes.
Yeah. It's amazing. So she was born in France. My first wife was French. And in France, they have a big deal around the birth announcement. So you do a card that's very personalized. And basically, I wrote a story for the card. When I say story, it was like 20 lines. And it was based on an Agatha Christie style. So the announcement of Agatha's birth was called in French Jamais deux sans trois, which means never two without three, which sounded like a kind of Agatha Christie type title. And then I wrote this little story based on Agatha Christie's way of writing to announce the birth of Agatha. But at that time, we had no idea of the family link.
That is so crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing. And
That
people,
is crazy.
people do ask me, did you name Agatha after Agatha Christie? No. Yeah, I'm not that sick.
Right.
So,
In fact, if you had known of the link, I'm sure you probably wouldn't have. But it's a lovely name. I mean, it's a very the name stands out too. It's prominent.
Well, and
prominent.
Also it works in French and in English, which was one of the other criteria when we named our daughters.
Absolutely.
So yeah. But the other thing, can I just say something about?
Please.
I mentioned the Agatha Christie archive earlier, talking about triggering and stuff. I found out that there was an Agatha Christie company in London. So I contacted them and they put me to the Agatha Christie archive. They're very helpful. Mm-hmm. And I had a lot of conversations with them and they were great. And then I said, my eldest daughter was doing a documentary film school in Paris and she wanted to do a film about family. If only for the family's sake, but hopefully, possibly to have it broadcast on TV in France. And she won a prize and was given support of a producer, a professional producer for one of the TV channels over there. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. But anyway, I told the Agatha Christie company about this film project. And I said, I'd really like to meet Agatha Christie's grandson, Matthew Pritchard. And they said, yeah, okay, we're going to set it up for you. Wow. So I was going to meet Matthew Pritchard. We drove down to Cardiff, which is where he lives. Mm-hmm. And I had a kind of a little bit of a dishonest motivation, let's say, because Matthew Pritchard gives a huge... I'm sure you know the background. He was given the royalties in perpetuity of the Mousetrap from his 12th birthday. So he's a very wealthy guy, right? Mm-hmm. And he gives a lot of money to the arts charity. So he sponsors the Welsh Opera, for example. And basically, my nefarious motivation was to sit down with him and have a chat and then say, so, Matthew, why don't you give some money to help poor children who suffer from abuse or whatever? Because that's where you got your money from, right? And he cancelled at the last minute, saying he was so young when it all happened. He has nothing more to add. He'd already appeared. You mentioned the documentary with Terry, BBC.
He is in that documentary.
Yeah, he's in that documentary. So he said, I've got nothing more to add. And I thought, I was really hoping to be able to challenge him. Please give some of your money to poor kids, who are still suffering today. But yeah. But anyway, so the Agatha Christie people were very kind to me and they were going to help promote my book at one time and then backed out for whatever reason. So maybe they thought it was rubbish. But yeah. It's a thread running through my life, basically, isn't it?
Yes. Well, and I appreciated that you do have that facsimile of the newspaper clipping that has her handwriting on it. And it was it was a little jarring for me because at this point, I'm so familiar with Agatha Christie's handwriting because she has all of these exercise books in which she plotted out her stories and her handwriting is infamously terrible. Also, I mean, she had awful handwriting and sometimes it's almost impossible to read what she wrote, but I was like, oh, that is, I wasn't expecting to see Agatha Christie's handwriting and signature in your book, but I don't know, to me, it felt almost a little bit like an overture or like this is what it is, right? It's like the Mousetrap is not going anywhere. At this point, I think it's running on its, I talk about this in this very episode, but it's become a phenomenon that now is running on its own steam because it's like, well, the Mousetrap is something that everyone feels they have to see when they come to London. And it's just this institution. So, it felt like you were in some ways doing what you could to make your peace with the situation, with the reality of what it is.
Yeah. Well, and interestingly, the day I was driving with my daughter Julia around Cardiff, And I got this phone call saying, sorry, Matthew has pulled out, but we're going to send you this facsimile. And I'm going, what? They told me what it was. So it's like almost a compensation. And they actually wrote to me saying, you can use this in any format, in any situation that you want, without any infringement of copyright, without any fee. So it felt like a little bit of a compensation. And I said to my daughter, I'm really upset that we're not meeting Matthew. And she said, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Look what we've got. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's true.
Yes.
And it is meaningful in the book. It really is, actually. It adds a lot. So, and you have you have your own spin even on the Three Blind Mice nursery rhyme, which is in your book.
Well, the other thing that's interesting about that little poem, if I may say, is did you notice how the spelling of tails? That's three blind mice, see how they run, see how they run. They run away from farmer and wife who cut off their tails with a carving knife, then beat, tortured, and starved them to death. Three blind mice. Cut off their tails is spelt Tales.
Yes. Which
is not Tails, which is what it is in the original. And basically, I had made a typo, and one of the editors called me and said, you've misspelt tails. And I thought, actually, I haven't.
You didn't. That's brilliant.
That is so good, because their tails were cut off. They weren't allowed to talk. They weren't at the schools they were put in. They weren't allowed to say anything. They had to lie. They had to say they were being very well looked after, and so on and so forth. So I thought that became really meaningful to me, and it was the right spelling. Like the farmer cut off their tails, Talef.
That's brilliant, and dare I even say Christie-esque, actually, because she often plays around with words on the page exactly in that way. And I think too, it's not only that they weren't able to speak about it in their own lives, but it's the notion that the story that now literally millions of people have watched and heard is not theirs to tell. And that's obviously frustrating, which is why I think also the see how they run, it compounds on that, because I think everyone wants to include that. They want to include, well, how did the victims respond, and how did they react? And that's why I think I wanted to give light to the beauty of what Terry O'Neill says in that documentary and how he lived his life, which you just gave testament to. And you too, Phil. I mean, this is, it's a transgenerational trauma, as you're saying. You didn't experience this yourself, but you're part of this family. And I found your book really beautiful as well. And just to be this really honest, open-hearted effort to deal with what happened. And the thing is, it doesn't make a good murder mystery, does it? Because it's not about revenge. It's not about getting your own back, but the reality is so much better. And I think it's important to acknowledge that and to celebrate that.
Yeah. And, the other thing I've got to say is that despite the fact that, my family have been traumatized and there's a lot of dysfunctional stuff going on, they are all very beautiful people, My cousins are amazing. They're just so lovely. And, we become very close. Most of us, not all of us, but most of us have become very, very close, even though, the irony is that, of course, we're not a family. Is that I was born in Wales. My dad was born in Wales. My mum was Welsh forever. But I was brought up in the southeast of England. My cousins are either Welsh or from the north of England. And then my kids one is Russian, 3 French. We've got such an international family. And it's like, wow, maybe I've been traumatized. And maybe all my family have been traumatized, but oh my God, we are spreading love around the world. And that is extraordinary to me. That is amazing. Yeah.
It absolutely is. And I would go back to, you opened this saying that one of your daughters had said, Dad, we're no more dysfunctional than other families. And I think she's right. But the reason for that is that trauma is not a rare occurrence. I mean, there are lots of families that deal with their own trauma, which is why this is such an extreme example of it, because the trauma itself was extreme. And then what happened in terms of how the trauma was used to create this 70+ year running hit play, like that's obviously very specific and very weird. But families suffering from trauma and potentially passing that down unintentionally and figuring out how to heal from that. I mean, there's universality in that. And that's also
absolutely.
why what you're exploring is so powerful and so important.
Well, absolutely. And when I mentioned it, I think in my book, when I discovered these 300 poems, which it was a catalyst for me I go, oh my God, I write. That's what I do. I have no choice. I have to write. Oh, let's go and learn the craft. So that's when I decided I'd try and do an MA at 63 years of age. And that was the catalyst for that, finding all these poems. But the rationale behind writing those poems at one point was, oh my God, I can pass on my experiences to help people who suffer from, mental health issues. And through poetry, I can help them find a pathway to healing. That was the original intention of all those poems I wrote all those years ago. So when you think about that, it becomes, the history of my family is an extraordinarily positive one because there's a huge level of altruism in there. There's a huge level of wanting to care for people, to be empathetic. My dad and my mum, caused issues for my brother and me by being social workers. But oh my God, did they save a lot of children?
Mm-hmm.
That was my dad's catharsis, spending his life caring for children in distress, which is the subtitle of his book, Caring for Children in Distress. So that makes me extraordinarily proud of my whole family, including my kids who have taken up that challenge. One of my kids works for a mental health charity. All of my kids really care for people and are really honest and authentic and genuine and loving. So it's a real great legacy, despite the fact that we're all screwed up.
And you know what? As we all are, I think you can't ask for anything better than that. Just again, Phil's book is Poems from the Unconscious, Reflections on Trauma, Recovery, and Healing. And I'm going to include a link to his book as well in the notes to this episode for anyone who wants to check that out. Phil, this has been such a great conversation, and I really so appreciate you coming on to talk about these difficult, but like I said, really crucial and important topics, especially within the context of an Agatha Christie podcast episode about the Mousetrap. I'm so glad that this is a part of this episode.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It's been great talking to you.
Thank you again to Philip O'Neill for coming on and speaking with me so frankly and so beautifully about his family and his own experiences. I was really moved by what he had to say, and I'm so glad to have gotten his perspective and to be able to include it in this episode. I think it's so important. If The Mousetrap were one of Christie's 66 full-length mystery novels, at this point, Catherine and I would break it down and assign scores to plot mechanics, plot credibility, the characters, setting and tone, and discuss any depictions stuck in their time. But The Mousetrap is not a novel, so I don't have to do that now in any sort of a systematic way. But I could not finish out this episode without having a dialogue with someone about the Mousetrap as a mystery, both within the context of Christie's canon and the mystery genre overall. So to do that, I brought on a guest who has been a friend to this podcast for a long time now, though this is the first time you're hearing about him in a substantial way, which is shocking. And I'm so thrilled to be able to introduce him to you now. So here goes. Let's get to interview number 2. I'd love to put the Mousetrap in context with Christie's other output. And to do that, I am so pleased to be bringing on Christie and mystery enthusiast and scholar Scott Ratner. Now, Scott is an Orange County-based magician, actor, and writer. For those of you outside the U.S. in particular, Orange County is just to the south of Los Angeles County. So this is a rare SoCal on SoCal conversation we're having here about Agatha Christie, which makes me very happy. He has written the book and co-written the lyrics for 2 whodunit stage musicals, Murder on the High Seas and All Talking, All Singing, All Murder. It's a great title, as well as a one-act comedy, Kill a Better Mousetrap. He's also written numerous articles on puzzle plot fiction, what we would call puzzle mysteries on this podcast, and screen adaptations of such fiction. He's done that for Crime and Detective Stories and Mystery Scene magazines. Though generally thought of as an affable and agreeable fellow, he is primarily known and derided within the Golden Age detective fiction and Agatha Christie fan communities for his heretical or at least unpopular opinions. I should add that this is the way Scott, not I, chose to describe himself. True story, but Scott has been a longtime listener of the podcast. And very early in my podcasting days with Catherine Brobeck, he reached out to us to gently correct the fact that we were conflating a locked room mystery with a closed circle mystery. This is a very typical rookie mistake that mystery fans make. A lot of people say locked room when they really mean closed circle. And I was grateful to Scott for his advice and expertise. And we've been in touch ever since. We've done lots of emailing over the years. I will confirm that he is affable and agreeable and extremely opinionated, but I don't think these qualities have to be at odds with each other. He is also a classic film enthusiast, as so many of us are, and a William Powell fanatic, which means we have some Thin Man to talk about. I believe he's actually wearing a Thin Man t-shirt as we are talking, even though you can't see this. There's no visual here for this interview, but he is in fact wearing a Thin Man t-shirt. Welcome to the podcast, Scott.
Thank you very much. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. This is a great thrill for me. And I would like to, before anything else, congratulate you on the Busybuddy.
Oh, thank you.
I'm so excited for you, and I know it's going to be a big success, and I know it's a great work as well. I haven't even read it, and I read Brad Friedman's review, and very complimentary, and I know Brad Friedman tells the truth on these things. So, and he's very insightful as well.
Well, you have started off this conversation the right way with some nice flattery and a ringing endorsement by way of Brad Friedman. So we are off to a rollicking start. I also, by the way, maybe I shouldn't admit this, but I too am an avid reader of Brad's blog. And Scott, often whenever I read a post, I scroll down to the comments. I don't usually read comments on anything on the internet that I read, but I am specifically looking for your comments because you comment on almost everything that he does, and you usually have something interesting to say, and often a little argumentative. And I know that Brad enjoys sparring with you over such issues.
I hope he does. But yeah, I am a little bit, I don't know, cantankerous at times and highly opinionated. But I really admire him very much, and I love his blog.
Yes, well, and so many of us in the mystery loving community are cantankerous souls. So I think you're in good company here. And on that note, actually, I'd like to start by focusing on one of your original creations, which I mentioned in my intro, which is the one-act comedy Kill a Better Mousetrap. Could you tell us what this play is about? Because as its title would indicate, I think it's a good introduction to your overall potentially iconoclastic take on Agatha Christie's The Mousetrap.
All right. Well, it centers on the irony of the fact that The Mousetrap, the longest running play in the world, has a non-competitive clause that was included when it was first released, keeping any film adaptation from being made until the original production was closed for 6 months. Mm-hmm. And so the conceit of this play is that there's a man in Sherman Oaks, California, Miles Merbeneau, who has somehow inherited the film rights but can't do anything with them because The Mousetrap is still running. And he's a sort of an urban neurotic, nebbish, who has wild theories about everything, maybe a little bit mirroring myself in that respect. And after trying to close the show so that he can profit from the film rights, he eventually decides to take a leaf from Agatha Christie's book. He says, what would Agatha do? And he decides that's murder. And he decides that he will murder in order to close the show. So it's about his frustrations. It's a comedy about his frustrations because everything he tries sort of backfires on him and actually helps the Mousetrap. And the whole idea is that the Mousetrap is this undestroyable, unkillable monster that gets stronger with adversity.
I think that's a great summation of what it is. And I would say it's a little bit like Agatha Christie or The Mousetrap by way of the producers. I mean, it has a similar kind of vibe to it, and especially in terms of, theater that's meant to be bad and that actually flourishes, and it's about what works on the stage and why, and it's very madcap and just a lot of fun. And I love that you're tapping into, I mean, it's not really an urban legend. It's an urban fact, right? That the film rights of The Mousetrap are totally locked and, will probably be locked till the end of time, until movies are no longer being made because we'll all be in a post-nuclear apocalypse or something. I mean, I don't think The Mousetrap is going anywhere.
The question is whether anybody would really want to make the film anyway, but that's an entirely different question.
Well, and what comes through, I think, in the play in a loving and irreverent way, a lovingly irreverent way, from a mystery fan and one who has devoted as much time as you have to the works of Agatha Christie and many other authors, especially of the Golden Age. I mean, you are a huge, huge mystery fan, but you also have a lot of criticisms when it comes to the Mousetrap, because the through line of this really is like, how is it possible that this play has lasted as long as it has? Because, dare I say, you might think that it's not very good, or at least have some critiques of it. I would just love for you to talk a little bit about your personal take on the Mousetrap.
Right, because Miles Mervino, the protagonist, if we call him that, of my play, has an exaggeration of my views on it. He thinks The Mousetrap is a terrible play. I don't think The Mousetrap is a terrible play. I think The Mousetrap is a very ordinary play by an extraordinary writer. I think you spoke in a recent episode about plays that come out that have the superficial trappings and superficial look of an Agatha Christie, but they don't have the ingenuity at the core of Christie. Mm-hmm. And I think The Mousetrap is actually an example of that. I think that comes from its origin. It was written as a short radio play. And as a short radio play, it has all it needs. And then it was expanded into a longer play, and a lot was added to it, but nothing in terms, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of plotting ingenuity. She expanded this short radio play, by an hour or more. But while she did add strength in characterization, strength in suspense and things of that nature, added a character or two, it really didn't become more clever or more richly clued or anything of that nature.
Absolutely. I mean, Catherine and I have talked on the podcast so much about the phenomenon of padding out, right? I mean, I think there are some Christies that are padded out. And I've also, especially in more latter days of the podcast, talked about the phenomenon of recycling and how that actually is, I think, proof of Christie's brilliance. The fact that she is able to often recycle and reuse plots or puzzle elements as expertly as she does, because you really have to sit down and have read these things and thought about these things very deeply multiple times to see the connections sometimes among these titles. And it's sort of mind blowing. You're like, oh my God, she's really doing the same thing over again. But her characterization is so good, and her plotting, as opposed to the puzzle making potentially, is so deft and so fresh in each of these titles that, they really are different stories, and you would almost never know it. And it's another one of the tricks in her arsenal that I think she wields better than almost anyone else. But there are those moments where you feel this is something that was shorter and then it had to become longer. And that's where we get that padding out effect. It's something we came across in Dead Man's Folly. I much prefer the novella to the full length novel. You could also point to, I think, Dumb Witness, where she was taking a short story and padding that out into a novel. I know Dumb Witness has a lot of fierce fans, so don't get mad at me, but it's still not one of my favorite Christie novels. And it sounds like your argument is that we have a little bit of the same thing here.
Absolutely. I to be honest, I don't see anything in terms of puzzle plotting. Maybe I'm missing something. It's strange because I think I've seen more productions of The Mousetrap than anyone I've ever met. It's very interesting. It's the irony of the fact that so many British people, from Agatha Christie's country have seen it, or, seen it at the St. Martin's. But it's a rare thing. In California, as you know, there are 9 productions of The Mousetrap running this month in our, probably within the Southern California area, between schools and community theaters. Not as many pro theaters, but semi-pro theaters, college theaters, high schools, everything. So it is fairly ubiquitous here. And I've seen a lot of productions, and I still can't find, I watch them, and I'm fascinated by them. There are interesting things in the play for me, but I'm still looking for richness that I missed. And I may still have missed some things in terms of cluing and things of that nature, but I certainly haven't noticed much. And I don't see any more in the 2-hour play than I do in the half-hour radio play of what I know of it.
I mean, I think that's a fair statement. And one of the questions that I had for you when I was preparing questions, Scott, was I'm curious what your answer is as to why the Mousetrap has run for 70 plus years then. Like, why is it such a phenomenon? Why is it as successful as it is? And, let's be honest, I think one of the main answers is the inertia of a hit. It becomes a phenomenon in and of itself. So at this point, and truly at this point, I think, when you go to England and you go to London, there are certain things, and we've talked about this before on the podcast, but there are certain items that you want to tick off as the touristy things that one does in London. You go and you see the crown jewels. You might, you at least at some point have to view Big Ben with your naked eye. You also kind of have to go and watch the Mousetrap. Like, it's just become one of those things. So it's almost doesn't even matter whether or not the play is good, because it's just a thing that you do when you're in England. It's become a national institution, but it had to get to that point. So I think it's a fascinating question. How did it get there? And perhaps its ordinariness, or the fact that it is a standard sort of a Christie that is not doing anything particularly extraordinary, maybe that's a reason why, because I think Christie has so many plots. For example, Five Little Pigs, this was mentioned, I think it was Brad Friedman actually who made the point when I had him on the podcast recently, just to talk about putting on Agatha Christie plays. He made the point that Five Little Pigs, Christie herself adapted into her own play, and it doesn't work. It's not one of her better plays. And maybe there's an argument to be made that the simplicity, the fact that there's one clever trick at the heart of the Mousetrap, we're not going to say what it is, but there is one central trick that is very clever and which Christie has done before, or which we've seen in the Christie oeuvre more than once, actually, but it is clever. And that's pretty much it. But perhaps that then allows for the breathing room of a very pleasant night of theater. Maybe that is why this play appeals to so many people.
I think that may be. I certainly agree with the aspect of the more recent years inertia and the fact that it's an institution. And I would say that went on from about the 15th year on. That's the way I usually look at it. So it needed to make it through 15 years. And by that time, it became such a thing already. It had broken so many records that it was just the thing to go to. And that grows stronger every year. I will make a point on the idea of the cleverness of the trick. And by the way, I didn't ask before we started speaking. I know you don't. I know you want to keep true to the tradition of not revealing the ending, but it's all right if we skate near the ice, as they say, or something of that nature. I don't know I feel like Poirot. I don't think that's the actual term, but get near to it.
Yes. Tread carefully, Scott. Tread carefully.
Tread carefully. Yeah. All right. All right. There's a big edit button. I know that you're ready to push.
Exactly.
Boom. And I'll go flying trapdoor or something. It is one of the high concept solutions that can be explained in 4 or 5 words. Mm-hmm. And I don't give, as much as I love Christie, I don't give her, any other mystery writer, much credit for a high concept solution, because those high concept solutions have been there since day one. As soon as you have mystery writers trying to think outside the box and fool their audience, several of these high concept solutions would immediately occur to them. I'm sure within a week of the time that A Study in Scarlet was released, and Sherlock Holmes and Watson were out there, you had many mystery writers who came up with the high concept for The Murder of Roger Ackroyd and the concept for The Mousetrap. Mm-hmm. I don't think that takes much. I'm sure that if you put a group of high schoolers together, intelligent high schoolers who are not mystery readers, and you told them, hey, come up with a surprising ending to a mystery, the Mousetrap solution would come up. The Murder of Roger Ackroyd solution would come up. Maybe a few others. Maybe a version of the Peril at End House solution would come up.
Murder on the Orient Express?
maybe Murder on the Orient Express.
Maybe.
I don't know about that one. I think maybe that takes a little more, as opposed to something like, Five Little Pigs or After the Funeral, which I don't think would ever occur to these people. But as I've told you many times, I think, I don't think of Christie as a great innovator. I think of her as a brilliant perfecter. And I think that's a much greater skill. Anybody could come up with a solution to the basic high concept for Murder of Roger Ackroyd. But to do what she did with it is amazing. And I don't think anybody's actually done what she was able to do with it. Not only in the case of Ackroyd was she able to come up with the concept of deceiving through omission only, which I don't think she invented either, but she came up with that to apply to that trick. But she also came up with something really brilliant that I don't think is recognized much in this case, which is the fact that she gave a totally reasonable and justifiable motivation for the deception of the culprit, for the deception on the reader. That's a much trickier thing to do with something like Murder of Roger Ackroyd, is explain why is the reader being deceived in this way? Not just how is it being deceived, but why is the reader being deceived? And that's something brilliant that Christie did. And I think Christie did that with a lot of her works. I think that in most cases of these high concept solutions, with about one or two exceptions, I feel satisfied that Christie gave the very best rendition of them. But she usually didn't come up with the first. And I think these ideas are pretty, I think the idea of the mousetrap solution, the high concept, occurred to people in the 1880s or 1890s. As a matter of fact, I know of a short story of it in the 1890s, I believe. And there are many, many versions of it. And as a matter of fact, it's not only not original to Christie, but take that high concept. And in the case of the mousetrap, and I'll be a little bit oblique here, if you take that high concept 4 or 5 word solution there and realize that in the mousetrap, you have to add the word apparent in it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Which was not the case of her use of it, let's say, in the late 30s. Right. She used it in the 30s, but she had it without the word apparent being in that high concept.
Yes, people who have watched The Mousetrap and read the novel we're talking about will know exactly what we're talking about, yes.
All right, hopefully that was clear enough to them and not clear to anybody else. The use of it with the term apparent in it was not only not original to Christie, but was the plot of a major theatrical hit of 25 years before, based on a work by Mary Roberts Reinhardt, been filmed several times. And if you're taking that high concept and you were to add the word apparent in it, as in The Mousetrap, it's the same thing. And as I say, this wasn't an obscure work. This was a play that had a longer run than most Agatha Christie plays ever did and was a big hit. So I know we've diverged very far from the original question here. So I don't know if I can even put the cleverness on there for this plot. It's certainly, for people not looking for that solution, it comes as a big surprise. And that's one thing I think can always be said for high concept solutions. They're not necessarily the most deceptive, and they're not the most secure solutions. But when they do fool you, they fool you in a big way. They turn your world around.
It's high risk and high reward, right?
Exactly. High risk and high reward. The same thing can be said for Roger Ackroyd or Orient Express, which I think is lower risk, actually, but high reward. However, I will say that when the show opened, it had Agatha Christie's name going for it. It had two very popular stars and liked stars, Richard Attenborough and Sheila Sim. And I think they're more than just respected. Attenborough had played Pinky in Brighton Rock a couple of years before and gave this brilliant performance that everybody was still talking about. And they were a nice young couple as well. The establishment liked them. They were the nice young kids that were the brilliant actors. If you watch talk shows today and you see the people who are on them that are as likable as, I think of someone like, you watch Emma Stone on a talk show. People regard her acting very highly, but they also they like her. Jennifer Lawrence, the same thing. You say, oh, here's a real nice person. And so these people were very popular. They had made films. They were very respected on the stage. That held them over. It continued on. My explanation has always been that Agatha Christie made a pact with the devil, but but seriously, I think it's the fact. I also think, as much as we think of it as nostalgic today, I think it was also nostalgic in 1952. This is a post-world period in which, it does take place in that 1952 world, but this is an old-fashioned mystery. And we were already getting into the time of the angry young man dramas and things of that nature. And even, as I say, Richard Attenborough in Brighton Rock, there were a lot of stories about thugs. And this is a story about a kind of traditional world. It was very comforting. As much as it's about mystery, it is a comforting play. And it's a comforting play, which is ironic, too, because it's a comforting play about ultimately deals with a very uncomfortable subject with the solution. But at least for most of the play, we're dealing with an old-fashioned murder mystery. The kind of thing we've seen before and is doing well. It was a small house, especially when it was at the Ambassador's Theater, then moved over to the St. Martin's, where it's a slightly larger house, but still a small house. It had a great, brilliant producer, Peter Saunders, who I don't know is given the credit that he should be. I think that Julius Green's book has gone a long way in showing how important Peter Saunders was to Christie's theatrical career. He was a genius of publicity. He made very wise choices in the case of The Mousetrap. And then it continued on. How it went from 5 years to 15 years, I really can't explain. But at the same time, if someone says, well, that's just due to its merit, I always look at the argument that saying that if you're going to put a direct relationship between merit and commercial success, then you've got a lot of weird shows to explain for.
A lot of splaining to do.
You got a lot of explaining to do. You got to explain
Ricky
how
would say.
somehow, exactly, how somehow The Mousetrap is 70 times better than Witness for the Prosecution and 140 times better than 10 Little Indians. I mean, it would have to be if that was the way we rate it. I'm not saying that there aren't points of appeal. And over the years, I've come to realize the points of appeal of the show. And I think it's made me learn why I don't regard her nearly as highly as a playwright as I do as a novelist.
I'm so glad that you moved on to that point, because I was actually going to ask you that exact question. I just have to comment on what you were saying about Christie's high concepts, because that has been, I think, a running theme in our email exchange over the years, because Scott loves, after an episode, to email and be like, Christie actually wasn't the first person to do. And you're absolutely right. And I love the way you put it, which is basically that I think you can almost always find someone earlier who has thought up an idea, because ideas are ideas, and they get into the ether. It actually makes me think of this great She Done It episode, actually, my fellow podcaster Caroline Crampton, shout out to her, where she tries to trace back to the original mystery, and she ends up going to ancient Greek times because
right.
It's just,
absolutely.
It becomes silly, because it's basically like, well, the first story then, it's all, these are all, when we're getting into the world of fiction and, what the concepts of fiction are, we can just keep on going back and back and back and back, and it kind of eats its own tail. But I completely agree with you. The ultimate conclusion is not that takes anything away from Agatha Christie. What that means is that she's brilliant at the execution of these high concepts that she latched onto, however she latched onto them. In some cases, I think she thought of it independently, even though people had thought about it before she did. In other cases, She probably read or watched something, and that, it kind of, she either subconsciously or perhaps consciously said, you know what, I'm going to do my own spin on that. And all of that is totally warranted. That's what creative people do. But she did it best, or as one of the best people in the business, because she was able to popularize these high concepts and turn them into The Murder of Roger Ackroyd and Then There Were None, and Murder on the Orient Express, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It is those other elements. It is the characterization, and it is the readability of her prose, and so many other little things that she was able to do as a writer that I think set her apart often, and are, the reason behind why she stood the test of time. And I think in The Mousetrap, to go on sort of the model of, ranking it as Catherine and I did, I think we've kind of dispensed with plot mechanics and plot credibility, which is fair. It's certainly not bad in The Mousetrap, but I would agree, this is not one of her creations where I say, oh my God, like the number of plates she is spinning in the air. This is Christie just at the top of her game, all cylinders firing. It's not that, but she's certainly doing a good job. And for Christie, that means that it's an absolute delight. So she's acquitting herself well, I think, when it comes, for me at least, when it comes to the puzzle. But it's all the other elements where I think actually The Mousetrap is quite good. We have characters who are interesting, and a lot more interesting. I'm now fresh off of a read of the play, and I had never actually read The Mousetrap before as an actual script. And I was kind of struck by the fact that, these characters, they're likable. Molly and Giles are so likable, but then we have these kooky, crazy guests, and they really are working, I think, as an ensemble. So I think her characterization, and also, as you're saying, Scott, the setting, we have this sense of nostalgia and the coziness of this isolated, closed circle mystery, right? And all of those elements are working. I mean, I would give this play high marks for characterization. I would give it high marks for setting and tone. I would also even give it a good rating for the dreaded depiction stuck in their time category that Catherine and I always dealt with, because interestingly, this is a play that has two queer, or at least queer-coded characters in Christopher Wren and Miss Casewell, 2 out of 5 of, or 2 out of how many, 7 of the characters in the play. But I think that sometimes people's conception of them is different from what is actually on the page and in the play, which is a lot more interesting and nuanced than people often give Christie credit for. That was my experience reading the play. I was really interested to see that. So yeah, I think there's a lot going on here beyond the puzzle, beyond the central trick, which I think we could point to, in addition to the inertia, in addition to the fact that by 1952, Agatha Christie was a recognizable name. So I'm sure there was a lot of that going on in that crucial, say, 5 to 15 years. But I do think that there are a lot of the textual reasons that we've developed over the course of this podcast that you can point to in the Mousetrap for why it has been as successful as it has.
I agree. They used to say about Peter Fisher about Murder, She Wrote. He realized when he made the Ellery Queen series that these things were too difficult for people. And by making puzzles on Murder, She Wrote that people could occasionally win, I say win, could solve on their own, can come up and say, I solved it, the show was more popular. So I think a lot of people come out of that show going, I got it. It was Agatha Christie, the brilliant Agatha Christie, and I figured it out. So I think that probably also has some appeal. And I'll bring my friend to it and see if this friend is as smart as I was. So who knows? That may have been a part of it as well.
I want to go back to this question of whether or not Christie was a better novelist than a playwright, but I want to do it in a specific way, because as a puzzle mystery, I don't really think that in the Mousetrap the story is very well clued. But I've also found, I think that cluing a live stage play is incredibly difficult. That doesn't mean that it can't be done. And I think Christie has done it more in other plays, but you are someone who has actually written live stage whodunit. So I wanted to ask you about that. How Christie acquits herself or not in the Mousetrap versus in other plays of hers, and whether or not this is also just a limitation of the form, or at least a little bit of a barrier to entry. I'm curious how you feel about all that.
I think that's true. It is a limitation of the form. Let me go back on this to my experience with it, and I'll try to keep it brief here because it could become a real long story. But it's my journey as to this question. In 2015, I went to the International Agatha Christie Festival in what I think, from reading all the other years, was a pretty robust year. It was a longer festival than most. It was nearly 2 weeks. Had a lot of great things, a lot of wonderful things going on. And one of them was the release of Julius Green's book, Curtain Up, which I bought and read that night so that I could talk to him the next day about it. And it was very easy reading for me. I don't know if I read it straight through. I was reading, flying around to different sections of it. And he had the general notion of that she's a great playwright. And I must admit, through my earlier experiences with Christie, I had not had that experience. Mm-hmm. But I found it a very well-written book. I think it's an excellent book. I think it's one of the best books about Christie of all of the texts written about her career. Just an amazing book. And I thought, how can this be? Because all the points he makes sound right to me. Why is it that I'm not having? Why is it that runs counter to my experience? And he even was talking about, I had always assumed that maybe she's not really good at dialogue because I got bored in the plays. And then he had demonstrations that year with the Agatha Christie players. I may be referring to them in the wrong way, of scenes from some of her more obscure plays and unpublished plays, I believe, including Eugene and Eugenics. It was really some of the obscure ones.
Wow.
And I watched, and they were very impressive. And it was good dialogue. So I said, how can this work? How can this be that the dialogue is so strong, and yet these plays don't work for me, especially plays that are based on novels that do work for me? And then I came to a conclusion, which is still my conclusion, that Agatha Christie does a lot of wonderful things in her plays. But the things that she does wonderful in her plays are not the things that she does best. And when I say does best, I'm obviously not speaking objectively, but I'm not speaking just by my subjective opinion either. I'm saying that what consensus would consider her greatest skills. I know it's the contention of this podcast and many people that Christie is good at characterization and that she's underrated for it. And I totally agree with that. She is very good at characterization and she is very underrated for her characterization. That said, if you were to ask people, any poll of any group of people, and I did this recently, by the way, just to test my theory, if you were to ask among all authors, mystery writers and others, who are greatest at characterization, Christie's name never comes up. On the other hand, if you ask of all authors of all kinds, who are the most skillful at ingenious plotting, Christie comes up quite a lot. And if you ask, I asked the Golden Age Detective Fiction Facebook group these questions. And even among mystery writers, and they say among mystery writers, who's most skilled at characterization, Christie didn't show up. And that's including answers from people like Brad Friedman. And you know how highly Brad Friedman regards Christie and her characterization.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, of course, when we ask who are the most skilled in terms of ingenuity of plotting, Christie's up with 3 or 4 names that always show up, and usually the most frequent.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying that the key to her appeal, at least by consensus, in terms of those types of skills, is her plotting ingenuity. And when it comes to plotting ingenuity, I think that comes down to going back to the Greeks, going back to Aristotle talking about events have the greatest effect on the mind when they are simultaneously surprising and yet inconsequent of each other. So we're dealing with a dynamic between puzzle and solution that people have different terms for. I call sudden retrospective illumination. But I'm sure most people are familiar with the experience. I don't know what they call it, whether it's the aha moment, the epiphany, anything. It's a combination, a convergence of surprise and inevitability.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what Christie does so brilliantly. I think that's what brings a lot of people back to her work. You're waiting for that moment when you'll be totally surprised and yet everything will seem inevitable. And in consequence of each other, it will seem to be causal. Everything had effect upon each other in a cause and effect relationship.
And that is when you get the what I call the palm on the forehead moment, because
Right.
it feels like, oh my God, this is, A led to B, led to C, led to D, led to E. It's all there. The curtain has been lifted. It's all laid out. The building blocks were there and not even hidden, because she's so good at doing that. And it makes you feel this was inevitable. How could I not have seen this? How was I such a mug? Yet again, she did it again. And yes, and other authors can do that, but no one does that as well and as often as Christie. Here's the thing. I mean, this is the only way in which I would push back on what you said. And I happen to have just written a piece for Crime Reads, actually.
Uh-huh.
And I was talking a lot about this in the piece, which is why I have the argument, I think, fresh in my head, because I think there's a little bit of a distinction to be made when we talk about characterization in Christie between traditional characterization and then characterization as she was deploying it specifically. Because I think the reason why most people, when polled, even mystery writers, would incorrectly not cite Christie when asked who does characterization well, is that they're simply thinking about traditional narrative characterization, which is why you get someone like P.D. James. I would imagine P.D. James is probably one of the people that, gets cited because her characterization is very rich and it's very traditional. And yet she does also spin a mystery, even a solvable mystery. But she's doing that in a way that I think is much more conventional than what Christie did. And what Christie, I think the reason why Christie's puzzles, in addition to that effect that you're talking about, I think one of the ways that she actually makes that effect happen is that not all the time, but often in Christie, in some of the very best puzzles, and this is a point that Laura Thompson made, I'm not making an original point here, the solution to the puzzles lie in character. They lie in a proper understanding of who these people are and how they relate to each other. It's the flipping of the love triangle, right? Where we're like, oh my God, that, I'm not going to spoil Death on the Nile, but everyone who's read Death on the Nile knows exactly what I mean here. It's understanding who means what to each other in Five Little Pigs. And when character is at the heart of that, it's Evil Under the Sun. It's understanding who the victim, the main murder victim of that novel truly is and what her core actually is. When that happens and character is tied to that feeling of inevitability or the sudden retrospective illumination. I think that there's nothing more powerful in a book, because that is what a book is really getting at. You're able to get into characters and relate to people who seem more real than they do in real life. That is what great authors do. That is what Agatha Christie is doing, but in a really specific, odd way as to her puzzles. And that, I think, no one else really did. And that's character. That is character work. So when we're talking, I think when we were talking on the podcast, I think sometimes we conflated that too. And we're sort of talking about traditional characterization, but I think, and Christie does do that as well, especially in her more Mary Westmacottish kind of works. I'd say like Henrietta Savernake is always my gold star example of that, because I think she's just such a rich and conventionally complex, fascinating character in The Hollow. But when she's doing that character work and weaving it into the solution of the puzzle, that I think is a level of mastery that, for example, John Dixon Carr just doesn't have. I mean, that's where the mechanics of a locked room mystery, when those are revealed, and you're like, oh my God, that is it, and it's brilliant and it's clever and it's so pleasing. And Agatha Christie loved John Dixon Carr. That's not what she was doing. And sometimes Christie is just doing that, by the way. But in a lot of her best work, I think that's what she's doing. She's tying it to character. And to bring this back, this tangent back to our original sort of issue of novel versus play, I do think you're right. I think that she's not really doing that in her plays because those complex puzzles aren't being conveyed. Like she's not really doing that puzzle work and tying it to character in the plays. The best she can do, because of the limitations of the form, I think, is to create those traditional characters. And she does a really fine job of that. But that really specific thing that she's doing so well in so many of her best novels is not happening on the stage. And I think that's why, for me, I mean, I agree. I have so much more esteem for Agatha Christie as a playwright now than I did before I did this podcast. And especially even in some of these more recent episodes where I've really been focusing on Agatha Christie as a playwright, frankly, because it's just an area that we haven't covered on the podcast. And I want to cover new ground and not just talk about the same books that we've already discussed. So my appreciation for her as a playwright grows every day, or as I continue to really look at these plays closely and watch them and think about them. But for me, there's no question that she's a better novelist than a playwright.
Right. I think, first of all, I totally agree. I think that Christie at her greatest, and the Golden Age at its greatest, was when characterization became puzzle and puzzle became characterization.
Right.
This was generally, for me, this occurred as a trend in the late 30s, early 40s, where all of a sudden they're almost inseparable. And Christie was brilliant at that. So I totally agree with that. I'm just saying that sometimes plotting without characterization or without depth of characterization is still appreciated by Christie, whereas characterization without plotting is usually not seen as her highest point.
Right.
Now, the problem with theater, as far as I see it, is it has a disadvantage. And this is based on the relationship between the author and its audience in different medium. In reading fictional prose, I think that the reader has the relationship to the author much like the home builder to the architect. The author gives the plans, gives the words, and the reader creates the visual images from those plans. Therefore, when Agatha Christie mentions these things again in the denouement, we suddenly recall them because we already did the work. We were active in creating those images, so we can easily construct them again in our minds. We can also turn back the pages, but I think it's more important that we've already constructed them. We've already done all the work to construct these images so that when they are recalled in what I call Agatha's italics work, because I always thought she was brilliant at doing that, where she would say something, and at the end of a Poirot sentence, she would remember there were three people in that room, and it's all in italics.
Right.
All of a sudden, you're brought back to that because you were an active reader, Now, if you're watching cinema, You were passive. This was all given to you. So you cannot instantly recall these. But cinema has the advantage of the technique of flashback.
Yep.
So they can do it for you. They can bring back the image again. It's all a matter of revisiting events you've seen before with a new perspective. And that's true with reading the book and with seeing it in cinema. They do it. And that's the reason that even though it may be a time-worn and maybe cliched technique, flashbacks are still found in most of the best, whodunit films.
Absolutely.
It's always been my disappointment with the Hickson series, which I think is very good. But the one thing that it lacks for me is the denouements fall a little flat because she's telling you stuff, but you don't recall it instantly because you weren't really paying that close attention because you're passive.
Totally. And it's when people are so sick of me talking about this. I've mentioned it so many times at this point, but it's one of my favorite parts of the Peter Ustinov Death on the Nile, how much time is spent in the denouement with all of those flashbacks. I mean, we get like 10 flashbacks. We get even flashbacks of like what didn't actually happen, but what might have happened, which is so fantastic. And it's my pet peeve that a lot of modern day adaptations don't spend the time and don't do that, or they're much more egregious than the Joan Hickson. At least they were spending the time to even say what was happening. But that's one of my main issues with the Branagh adaptations.
Right.
Those denouements, the solutions get short shrifted and you're just kind of like,
I totally agree.
Whatever.
Too. Yeah. I don't get it. It went too fast for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have these advantage. You have an equivalent advantage in both novel form and in cinema form.
It's narrative control. It's basically narrative control. It functions similarly. Yeah.
You don't have that on the stage. On the stage, your audience is very similar to your cinema audience. Not quite, but similar in that they're primarily passive. But you really don't have, generally, the flashback technique to make up for it. So it's hard to have sudden retrospective illumination. As you say, it can be done, but it's more difficult.
So how do you do it?
How do you do it? Well, I think you do it by making your original incidents forceful enough and memorable enough. I think a great example is "Wanna Kiss Me, Ducky" from Witness for the Prosecution. That works almost as a flashback does. You remember the original event because it was pretty strong, and then you're giving it almost as a verbal flashback.
Yes.
It's not just someone saying, "Remember when I said, 'Wanna kiss me, Ducky?'" It's her actually doing it with the full dialect. And all of a sudden, you're brought back to that moment. As I say, it's more difficult to do. And you can actually do it in terms of, remember this? I do think there's a clue in the Mousetrap that bothers me that it's not called upon. Mrs. Boyle, who I'm sure you've already explained is the victim, so I don't think I'm giving that away.
No, you're not spoiling anything, yes.
Right. Makes a comment about the culprit, an observation about the culprit. This person seems, I won't go on further about that. That is a clue, but it's an example of what I call wasted virtue. If you put that clue in, if you plant the seed of the clue, but you never explicate it at the end, it's lost on people. Most people won't get that. It could have been done, someone later on, it would just take a few words for someone to say, I even remember Miss Boyle mentioned this, and just throw it away. It could have been in a single sentence.
Right.
It would add to the sense of sudden retrospective illumination. I think the play is very disappointing because it almost gives you indications that there will be something. The S in Monkswell Manor. That almost seems like in a great Agatha Christie, that would have payoff. That would mean something.
Yeah.
And what's really interesting is, to me, you take the Mousetrap and you say, look, it has all the trappings of what we think of Agatha Christie. It takes place in an isolated place. There's a murder. There are suspects. There's a detective who solves it. There's suspense. There's, the revelation of the crime, and there's the murderer taken away, etc. All of these things, but has very little to do with what I think is the core appeal. And you contrast that with something like Star Over Bethlehem, which you spoke about recently, which I still actually haven't read the text of, but I was fascinated by it. Because to me, that is a true Agatha Christie. It does not have a crime. I mean, it has a possible future crime. It does not take place in an isolated setting with a closed set of suspects and anything of that nature. And yet, there is a lot of cause and effect relationship there. There are clues. There's a wonderful sense of causality confirmed. The whole thing about the Star of Bethlehem at the end.
Yes.
I mean, that's a classic Christie clue in the sense that its meaning is totally surprising. And yet this is something we've known for years.
Right.
You know, we've known all our lives about these elements. So in other words, I think Star Over Bethlehem is far more representative of the core appeal of Christie than the Mousetrap, which basically just has the superficial trappings of it. And I think a lot of her other plays do too. I think even Spider's Web, which is, supposedly this farcical little thing, has much richer plotting than the Mousetrap. And I'm not saying it's all that rich in plotting, but it has a few little clues that are nice and that have payoff, that you realize the meaning of the Hailsham Brown. There's also the very Chestertonian way of disguising the location of the murder weapon.
And there's the missing playing card, which is pops up in a Poirot short story in The King of Clubs, I believe.
Exactly. So it's richer in that sense. I think most of her plays are. So who knows, as I say, who knows the appeal there? But I think that Christie had it against her. I mean, I think somebody told her, this is just right there. Someone told you have to simplify in order to please an audience. And it's absolutely true. But I think she took it far too much to heart. And I don't think you have to have a long Death on the Nile, Last of Sheila denouement, because it wouldn't work with someone just speaking. It would bore people. I admit that. But, as I say, the line about, I remember Mrs. Boyle mentioned this, boom, in one sentence, you all of a sudden have a little more cluing, you have a little more connection of what I think is the best analogy of the genre, which is not the game, because I don't think the game concept works at all for the theory. But I think if you look at it as an equation, it's not a perfect analogy either. But you look at it as that you want everything that's important at the end of the equation to have been given to you prior to the equal sign.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually I think that it was because a listener had written in about potential throwaway clue that is sort of lost and never capitalized on in 450 from Paddington. And it does happen occasionally in Christie novels, especially when you reread them, that you're like, oh, there's a little extra clue that actually didn't get mentioned at the end. It doesn't happen often, though. And I think probably because of what you're saying, which is that it really does, you want that payoff. You want the effect of everything leading to this inevitable solution. And also I shouted out Peter Ustinov, Death on the Nile, but I really should shout out David Suchet and the Agatha Christie's Poirot series. He talks about it so many times in Poirot and Me, how those monologues at the end of the episode were torture for him because he had so many, he had to memorize so many words and make it interesting. And to his credit, he really does make them interesting because some of them are long and occasionally you're like, oh my God, like get on with it, and they can be a little ridiculous, but for the most part, they really work. And I think they're so crucial because the solutions are not shortchanged in that series. And that goes a long way to, I think, why that series is as beloved as it is and as successful as it is in bringing those short stories and novels to a screen. And usually they don't really use flashbacks, but I think they make the scenes that need to be memorable. It's also, most of them are 50 minutes long. So
I do think they use a lot of flashbacks, though. I do think they use a lot of, they do. I guess they did, but they're using all the tricks, as you were saying, at their disposal as in the filmic medium, even though it's a television show, to pull all of those things off. But no, I mean, I think that's really interesting, the limitations that you're identifying of the theatrical medium, which we discussed on our All About the Theater episode. And it's something that I've grappled with for a long time, because I think it does make the adaptation of novels into plays very tricky, and especially when you're talking about a mystery. And it's funny, I really agree with you. I mean, Spider's Web is secretly maybe my favorite Agatha Christie play, because I just think there's so much going on there. And it has that effervescent Christie spirit. It has the lightness that she has in her best thrillers and in some of her straightforward mysteries as well. It has that Christie effervescence that feels a little Noel Cowardish and just really works well, actually, in the theatrical medium. Perhaps it even works better in the theatrical medium than in book form, because it gets annoying in a lot of the thrillers. But yeah, I really like Spider's Web.
You've already identified Witness for the Prosecution as another Christie play that you admire. I'm curious if you have any others that are personal favorites.
I am a big fan of Unexpected Guest, and I realize that you discussed the problematic aspect. I think I kind of have somewhat of a solution to it, but others may very much disagree. I think the problem with that is it's explicit in talking about the disability. And I think if it were less explicit, it might be less problematic. I think it uses a term that we cringe as soon as we hear.
Yeah.
And I think that I know that even in my play, I have a term that I've used that I'm sure I'll have to change pretty soon, but I took it kind of as a little tribute to Orient Express. I say, a surprise twist that even backward 6-year-olds have figured out before. And I've never got a complaint about it. I'm sure I probably will, and probably understandably. But at the same time, it's still kind of a vague term. And I think that I remember watching a film where someone said, 1934 whodunit, in which someone said, yes, blah, blah, blah. And they said, yes, he's not quite right up here. And he just tapped his head,
Mm-hmm.
And somehow that is not, I don't think that's as problematic. Now, I'm sure some people may disagree with me and they may be right. But I think that might go a little way. I think that if it were done that way in a play, I don't think many people would be quite as uncomfortable with it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree with that on principle. I think that I talked about how Christie often leaves room in these depictions, more room than you would think. That's one example where I think she doesn't because the terminology is so problematic, and just even the characterization itself, even beyond the terminology, I think is a bit problematic. But that's one of those instances. And that's where, I've come out not just unabashedly in favor of the editing of Christie texts, but at least on the side of these are complicated issues that don't have a blanket black and white answer for that exact reason. I mean, what you're talking about is altering the text a little bit, right? Before you actually put the play on. And sometimes I think there are cases in which that is warranted, or where you can at least make a principled argument for it. It doesn't mean that you should be doing it willy-nilly. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't be able to always read the original text, whether it be a play or a novel. I think that should always be available. But that's why I think it's a more nuanced question than I think many people would like it to be.
I just look at Of Mice and Men, and I think not as many people are taken aback by Of Mice and Men as they are with Unexpected Guests. And I think it's primarily just because of a single word being spoken.
Yeah, I think they're also, it's a little bit more central to Of Mice. It feels a little bit like this aspect of the unexpected guest that's thrown in there, and perhaps a bit less of a respectful way. But it's interesting that you identified an unexpected guest, because I think other than for that quite serious issue, which, we definitely don't want to minimize, it really is one of her, we covered that on a Patreon episode, Catherine and I was shocked by how much I liked it. I mean, it's funny, it gets title checked even in the Mousetrap. They talk about the unexpected guest, because there is an unexpected guest in the Mousetrap, Mr. Paravicini. And it's a great Christie. I mean, it has so many of the Christian tropes as the Mousetrap does, but it's extremely clever also. And it has some extra twists to it. So, yeah.
And I think it's also based on its basic twist, like Sleuth, is based on theatrical format.
Yeah.
In other words, you come to a show and the curtain rises and you have certain expectations based on that. And that's what deceives you. And so I think it has that advantage. But as we were saying about the difficulty of translating the concept of sudden retrospective illumination, or whatever you call it, to the theater, you were mentioning the other day about the fact that most of the successful stage thrillers have not been whodunits.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Mousetrap aside, you've got Sleuth, you've got Diehl for Murder, you've got Death Trap, you've got Accomplice, you had The Bat, you had Angel Street. These are thrillers. These are twist dramas. And I call twist dramas just the, things like Accomplice and Death Trap, which are just changing the whole situation, and giving you paradigm shifts, but not highly clued paradigm shifts.
Right. Not paradigm shifts that you can predict, basically.
That you can predict. Yeah. So I think the reason that those have been so successful, and even if you look at Witness for the Prosecution, I would say it's about equal parts whodunit and equal part what I call twist drama.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, even though I think it's my favorite Christie play, I do prefer the short story. I think the short story, first of all, I think the short story has two twists. People overlook that. The nature of the whole plan, and then the revelation about Leonard.
Mm-hmm.
And those are both in the short story. And then the play adds two more.
Right.
I like the extra twists, but at the same time, I think it's expanded. And I also think the fact that the deception comes so late in the play, I think takes away a little bit from the sense of inevitability.
I mean, I talked a little bit about this in the live episode that I did at last year's Agatha Christie Festival when we crowned witness for the prosecution / traitor Hand.
Right, absolutely. I remember.
Short story. I have a greater appreciation for that 4-twist ending, but to be totally honest, I think nothing beats that ka-chunk, that sort of like thunk, just going off the edge of a cliff ending, which is dialogue too. I love that it's dialogue. It's, it's what she says and that ends it. And it's that O. Henry sort of a final twist ending. And it's so well done. And that's not quite what we get in the play, because the play is different and the play is working. Obviously it works beautifully, but if I had to pick one, I would pick the short story as well. Actually. And
I also know that I have not seen the council hall.
I mean, I need to see it. It's insane. And I haven't seen it yet.
I've heard it's absolutely wonderful. And I have no doubt that it is. But I've seen plenty of productions of Witness for the Prosecution with less resources and all this, but it becomes a boring talk fest. And this is not, if it's really well done, which I'm sure as I see, the council hall production is, and I'm sure a few other productions are, but it can get, a little tiring. The short story is just this concise, perfect little short story with, ironically, I think a little more cluing than the play, which is interesting when you see the expanded version having less. It's the same thing I feel with the Chesterton story, which I think either inspired or at least the precursor to Christie's ABC Murders. It's a short story, and I think it's more richly clued than her novel.
And again, this would be G.K. Chesterton.
G.K. Chesterton.
Father Brown.
I'll mention the name
Father
of the title,
Brown,
but I don't know if that ruins it for anybody.
You could mention the title. That's okay.
It's The Sign of the Broken Sword. I think it's a brilliant short story. And as I say, it's basically got the central concept of the ABC Murders. But I think to me, it's the one major example in which Christie's version is not the best version. Even in the case of Mousetrap, I think Christie did the best version of it. I don't think it was her play. I think it was her earlier novel. I think it's probably my favorite
version of that trick.
Or a variation of that trick.
Right.
But yeah, so even in the cases where I really love her plays, I don't generally like them as much as their prose source. But there are a lot of good things in all her plays. And one thing I will say from the Mousetrap, the more I watch it, I realize the middle of the second act, she does some wonderful heightening of suspicion. I mean, that gets very suspenseful in the middle of the second act. Yes. I must admit, I don't think much of the first act at all, but that's me. Except for a few little funny bits, I don't think much of the first act. But in the middle of the second act, Giles starts doubting Molly, and Molly starts doubting Giles, and it's really good. I went to the 2015 festival, and I sort of was a tag-along with Dr. Curran.
Mm-hmm. And, as one does, yes.
Exactly. And there were a couple of days, because it was such a long festival, that I saw that there was an opportunity for me to go off to London to take a side trip to see the Mousetrap. And first of all, when I got there, Mike Linnane, I think you know him. I'm not sure if
Absolutely.
You do, but
yes.
A very nice man and very helpful in so many respects. He introduced me. He said, John, this is Scott Ratner. And Dr. Kurt said something to the effect of, I really enjoyed your Kill a Better Mousetrap. By the way, Matthew was there. Matthew Pritchard was there that year. And he goes, I really enjoyed your Kill It. He had a DVD of it. He said, I really enjoyed your Kill a Better Mousetrap. But I don't think we should show it to Matthew. And then I told him I was going off. There were a couple of days in which there were a lot of repetition of plays I had already seen and events that I had seen earlier versions of. And the other things that were being offered that day were things that, for me, are not central to the interest of Christie. They're interesting things, but they're things like Agatha Christie's Garden and things of that nature, which are, for a puzzle plotting guy, just not
your core interest.
Not my core interest. So I thought, I'm free. So I took a train. Now, there's a line in my show about someone choosing to kill people who came out of the Mousetrap and killing audience members when they're alone, because that's safer and more humane, really. And the line is humane. It's, yeah. He goes, yeah, I figure anybody who wants to see the Mousetrap and can't get a date probably doesn't have that much to live for anyway. And it always gets a nice little laugh. Well, I was on the train, and all of a sudden I realized I'm that guy. So I call up a friend of mine who I worked with at Disney for many years. She's a princess, has absolutely no romantic interest in me, but at the same time, she's a friend. So I said, here's my situation. I need a beautiful date. Will you come join me? So she did. And we watched the show, and I enjoyed it very much because it's beautifully done at a lot of it's the execution. And it was really electrically played by the Sergeant Trotter and a few of the other performances. Really wonderful. And then afterwards, I snuck back to the stage door and I had an earlier DVD of an earlier production of Kill a Better Mousetrap. And I gave it to the stage door guy. I got the stage door and I said, please distribute that to the people back there and say it's all in good fun. And so I came back. John Curran said, oh, you're back, and I said, yeah. And I went to see the Mousetrap and he goes, how did you like it? And he pretty much has the same opinion of the Mousetrap as I do, I think. And I said, oh, I really enjoyed it. He goes, no, you didn't. I go, yeah, I did. He goes, no, you didn't. I go, no, really, I enjoyed it. And he goes, and I said, yeah, I even went backstage and I handed out copies of Kill a Better Mousetrap. He goes, no, you didn't. Yes, I did. And he goes, oh, that's cheeky. So I think that, of all the productions, I've seen upwards of 25 productions of Mousetrap and probably upwards of 30. And with only one exception, that was my favorite production of it. And it does keep the audience very involved. It does keep the audience very involved, and people, so I can't naysay that, but I feel I have a kind of defensive evangelistic spirit about Christie sometimes. It's the same thing when I was a little kid and I saw Duck Soup and Horse Feathers, the March Feathers. I thought it was brilliant. And then I saw their later MGM films, which I don't like at all. And when they would come on, I'd almost like to tell people, don't watch this. Don't watch this. I don't want you to get the ideas. This is what the Marx Brothers are. And I sometimes feel my play is a little bit of that, hopefully a little more maturely done, of saying, all right, go see the Mousetrap if you want to, but understand that just because it's the longest running doesn't mean it's really representative of her greatness. Right. And that's the way I feel about it. Yeah. And the irony, of course, is the Mousetrap has this amazing thing. The more people come to see my show, they've always gone, oh, I loved your show. It made me so anxious to see the Mousetrap. And I hit my palm to my head, It's like, no, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I think, well, then go see the Ustinov Death on the Nile and go see or go read one of her great novels.
I think there's no fighting the power of the Mousetrap. You're fighting a losing battle, Scott. No.
and the irony, of course, is that as much as I don't think it does justice to her reputation in any way. At the same time, if that show ever closes, my show means nothing.
Right.
So, so there's that irony as well.
Merely a parasite on the greatness. Yeah. But aren't we all?
but I'm a parasite on what I consider a monster. Right. Right. Yeah, I have a couple of funny little. After I started writing it, one thing I noticed, I've got some weird connections. My last name is Ratner. I'm writing Kill a Better Mousetrap, so I got the rat right there.
Right.
I worked for 21 years at Disneyland, which is
the mouse.
It's been referred to as the largest human trap ever built by a mouse, right? And also, my middle name is Kimball, I was named after Dr. Richard Kimball from the series The Fugitive, who was chased by Inspector Gerard, who was played by Barry Morse. And Barry Morse in 1947 was a British actor who got a call that day saying, hey, can you come tomorrow night? We need you for a radio play.
Oh, my God.
And that's what it was. He was the first Giles.
Wow. I knew we would have a great conversation about the Mousetrap and then about, I think, Christie's theatrical oeuvre and as it relates, especially to her written. So this is everything I wanted and more. But I, of course, cannot leave you without asking you the age-old question I ask almost everyone on this podcast: Poirot or Marple? I'm 99% sure of what your answer is going to be, but
yeah. I think it may be a surprise on that, but not to be difficult. But I very much agree with Mark Shanahan that Christie's the star. These books are not about Marple or Poirot. And if you read them, you realize they're not. That's why in 50 years, we don't know much more about Poirot than we started, is because, there's not much there. So
this is true. And yet I'm forcing you to choose.
No, I understand that. And my difficulty is that if I were to take my top 10 Agatha Christie's, there's not a single Marple title in it. However, even things like Murders Announced, which for me is transparent because of one of those basic trope things we talked about. As brilliant as it is, it's kind of messed up by that. But as a character, I prefer Marple to Poirot. So I don't know how that answers your question. I guess as a character, I prefer Marple. I think she's more interesting. She has more surprises. But all of my favorite Christie works, nearly all of my favorite Christie works have Poirot in them.
Well, I'm going to take that as Miss Marple because I'm always going to.
I think she's a better character. At least for me, she's a better character, more interesting character.
Fantastic. I love it. And I agree. Thank you so much for appearing on the podcast. It's been a long time coming, but as high as my expectations were, you really did exceed them, Scott.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you coming on. And I have to hope that you're going to potentially put something else on, perhaps in the area, since I'm not too far away from you. And if that ever happens, you're going to have to let me know so that I can let other people know as well.
I certainly will. Thank you very much.
Three blind mice.
Thank you, Scott, for your expertise and your passion. That was such a fun conversation, and I'm so glad to have finally had Scott on the podcast. Just as I included a link to my first guest, Phil O'Neill's book of poetry in the show notes to this episode, I've also included a link to Scott's extremely funny original play, Kill a Better Mousetrap, which we discussed. So you can go ahead and watch that on YouTube. I encourage you to check out both these original works, which pretty much stand on opposite ends of the spectrum of possible reactions to The Mousetrap by Agatha Christie. And there's something wonderful about that contrast, I think. The different ways these two people were driven to create two very different pieces of art. This episode is already so long, listeners, but as I said at the top of it so very many hours ago, perhaps that's appropriate given the astounding longevity of my subject today. As my friend Tony Medawar pointed out in his talk at the festival, The Mousetrap has outlived its creator and almost everyone who was associated with the original production or in the audience on that first night in the West End 70 plus years ago, a notable exception being Richard Attenborough's younger brother, David, who happily is still with us. Long live David Attenborough. That's so great. Also, I loved this detail Tony pointed out, which is that there is one part of the set at St. Martin's Theatre that is unchanged since the set was first assembled at the Ambassadors Theatre in 1952. And that is the clock on the mantelpiece, which apparently will be transferred from London to Broadway along with the original backstage wind machine if The Mousetrap does indeed make its Broadway debut at some point in the near future, which apparently is in the works. I think emphasis on that apparently. So that's very exciting. Let's not jinx it by talking about this potential production too much. I will also note that if you want to get a good look at the backstage wind machine, you can watch Alan Carr's Adventures with Agatha Christie. I reviewed that program on a Patreon episode. I know for a fact that you can find it on BritBox. And at one point in the show, the comedian Alan Carr basically breaks the wind machine, or at least does some superficial damage to it while he's being shown the backstage area of The Mousetrap. It's very amusing. It also looks like a really cool machine. I have a few more stray points here that I want to cover before I close. I have to mention that in her notebooks, Christie mused over an idea that she called Mousetrap 2. As is often the case, it's hard to date this entry within her notebooks. It seems to be from the late 1960s. That is what Dr. John Curran estimates. And here is what he wrote about Mousetrap 2 in his Agatha Christie's secret notebooks. The biggest mystery about this entry is the reason for calling it Mousetrap 2, as it has nothing in common with that famous play. And it really doesn't, listeners. Or does it? Because I'm not going to list all of Christie's notes for Mousetrap 2. She sort of does bullet points where she just has ideas or phrases or whatnot occur to her and she jots them down. But it seems to be some sort of a closed circle mystery set around a reunion dinner with hijinks involving the serving of drinks. I mean, that sounds fantastic coming from Christie, but not particularly Mousetrapish, unless The reference was to the Mousetrap reunion dinners that Christie was forced to endure year after year after year. And I'm going to talk about that in just a moment because I think it's one of the reasons that the Mousetrap has the amazing longevity that it does. But basically, there were endless reunion dinners each year, and then for special performances like at the 1,000th performance and the 5,000th performance, et cetera, or when the Mousetrap would break some sort of a record like longest running play in the British theater and other such records, Peter Saunders would never miss an opportunity to host one of these dinners, and Agatha Christie was always forced to go. So that by the late 1960s, I don't think it's much of a stretch to imagine that her most frequent association with the Mousetrap would be these dinners, these celebratory dinners. So perhaps Mousetrap 2 really is a reference to those dinners that she had to endure year after year. And don't you just love the image of Agatha in a fancy dress, sitting at a large table in the Savoy, grinning shyly and innocently, all while plotting the murder of one of the hordes of people assembled around her? I do. I love that image. Or perhaps, as my friend Dr. Curran wonders openly in his book, it was called Mousetrap 2 in the hope of another stage success that might rival the success of the Mousetrap. Maybe it's both. But in closing, I do want to talk a little more about why it is that the Mousetrap has run for as long as it has. Scott and I touched on this a bit, but it's worth, I think, closing out my discussion with a sort of roundup of possible reasons why, because this question is something that comes up a lot around discussions of the play. So the first reason is because it's good. This is a similar answer to the age-old question, why does Agatha Christie endure so uniquely among writers? I wrote a piece about this recently on the Mystery Lovers blog Crime Reads, which I'll link to in the notes to this episode. I think a lot of you will appreciate that article because the simple answer is that Christie endures because she's a great writer. And perhaps it's just as simple when it comes to the Mousetrap. Perhaps it really is a great play. But you'll get lots of folks, including Christie fans, Christie diehards, who often point to other Christie plays that they like more. Witness for the Prosecution is usually the one that gets mentioned as her greatest play. And there are even other mystery/thriller plays by other authors that are more to mystery lovers' liking. So I don't think this reason can stand on its own as an adequate explanation. The second reason is much more mundane, the size of the theater. As my friend Tony Medawar noted in his talk at the Agatha Christie Festival, the Ambassador's Theatre, the Mousetrap's first London home, is the smallest theater in the West End. In 1952, it had only 419 seats, only 100 seats smaller than its current home, St. Martin's Theatre. And it is certainly easier to keep a show running when you have fewer seats to fill, but surely this can't be the sole or even the primary reason that a show would keep running for 70 plus years. The third reason is inertia, and as I discussed with Scott, I think this explains the continuing success of the Mousetrap once it was, say, 15 or 20 years into its run through to the present day. This is the same phenomenon whereby a movie that brings in a huge box office accumulates ever more ticket sales as people who never would have seen the movie in the first place start to wonder what all the fuss is about and buy tickets themselves. Everyone is eternally curious at this point what all the fuss is about regarding the Mousetrap. And that's how it's become a box to check when one visits London, performed in the same spirit as visiting the Crown Jewels in the Tower of London. This reason is not so complimentary to Christie, the playwright, or to those who continue to put on the show and invest their creative energies into it, which I think is a very good reason why this explanation doesn't satisfy me either. The fourth reason is publicity. And here I think is where a very convincing answer lies, because this is the aspect of my understanding of the Mousetrap that changed the most while I was doing my research for this episode. So I always knew that Peter Saunders was a bit of a showman and that he had all sorts of parties celebrating various anniversaries as the show got on in years. Hell at the Savoy, as Agatha Christie put it, since she didn't like having to attend these parties as the guest of honor, where attention was lavished upon her. But oh, is this an understatement of what Peter Saunders did? Because he started celebrating the Mousetrap as a phenomenon much earlier than I realized, and much more frequently. He was much more aggressive about publicity than I ever knew. Saunders, in fact, had annual parties for the Mousetrap. It was actually at the annual party for the Mousetrap in late 1974, since it first premiered on November 25th. I'm imagining that it was around the end of November. It was at this party that Christie made her final public appearance in 1974. Christie biographer Janet Morgan has a lovely way of putting this. She writes, Agatha's affection for Peter Saunders was in part for a fellow illusionist, an ingenious theatrical producer who was also skilled at attracting attention by tricks of publicity. Anniversary parties, special performances, press stories about the cast, in which the quickness of the hand deceived the eye. And then I also love this detail from Janet Morgan from 1955, which was just 3 years into the play's run. Though the Mousetrap had begun to flag in February after Richard Attenborough's engagement ended, Saunders thought it worth keeping on for the 1,000th performance, since only 14 plays in the history of the British theatre had run as long. He primed his press agent, issuing a commemorative silk program free of charge to every member of the audience on that night. Business shot up. Saunders wrote in rapture to Agatha, but the letter went astray. Envelope arrived with nothing in it, marked no contents, she told Cork. Tell him less silk programs and more licking of envelope flaps. It's actually fewer, not less, Agatha. And I also have to read out Christie's recollection of the 10th anniversary of the Mousetrap because it's so funny and gives such a good sense of her and of her delightful autobiography. Here goes. Another occasion I remember with great pride, but I must admit with suffering all the same, is the 10th anniversary of the Mousetrap. There was a party for it. There had to be a party for it. And what is more, I had to go to the party. I did not mind going to small theatrical parties just for the cast or something of that kind. One was among friends then, and although nervous, I could get through it. But this was a super party at the Savoy. It had everything that is most awful about parties. Masses of people, television, lights, photographers, reporters, speeches, this, that, and the other. Nobody in the world was more inadequate to act the heroine than I was. Still, I saw that it had to be got through. I would have not exactly to make a speech, but to say a few words, a thing I had never done before. I cannot make speeches. I never make speeches, and I won't make speeches, and it is a very good thing that I don't make speeches because I should be so bad at them. I knew any speech I made that night would be bad. I tried to think of something to say, and then gave it up, because thinking of it would make it worse. Much better not to think of anything at all, and then when the awful moment came, I should just have to say something. It wouldn't much matter what, and it couldn't be worse than a speech I had thought out beforehand and stammered over. I started the party in an inauspicious manner. Peter Saunders had asked me to get to the Savoy about half an hour before the scheduled time. This, I found when I got there, was for an ordeal of photography. A good thing to get it over, perhaps, but something I had not quite realized was going to happen on such a large scale. I did as I was told and arrived, bravely alone, at the Savoy. But when I tried to enter the private room reserved for the party, I was turned back. No admission yet, madam. Another 20 minutes before anyone is allowed to go in. I retreated. Why I couldn't say outright, I am Mrs. Christie and I have been told to go in, I don't know. It was because of my miserable, horrible, inevitable shyness. It is particularly silly because ordinary social occasions do not make me shy. I do not enjoy big parties, but I can go to them, and whatever I feel is not really shyness. I suppose, actually, the feeling is, I don't know whether every author feels it, but I think quite a lot do, that I am pretending to be something I am not, because even nowadays, I do not quite feel as though I am an author. I still have that overlag of feeling that I am pretending to be an author. Perhaps I am a little like my grandson, young Matthew, at 2 years old, coming down the stairs and reassuring himself by saying, "This is Matthew coming downstairs." And so I got to the Savoy and said to myself, this is Agatha pretending to be a successful author, going to her own large party, having to look as though she is someone, having to make a speech that she can't make, having to be something that she's no good at. Anyway, like a coward, I accepted the rebuff, turned tail, and wandered miserably round the corridors of the Savoy, trying to get up my courage to go back and say, in effect, like Margot Asquith, I'm me! I was, fortunately, rescued by dear Verity Hudson, Peter Saunders' general manager. She laughed. She couldn't help laughing, and Peter Saunders laughed a great deal. Anyway, I was brought in, subjected to cutting tapes, kissing actresses, grinning from ear to ear, simpering, and having to suffer the insult to my vanity that occurs when I press my cheek against that of some young and good-looking actress and know that we shall appear in the news the next day. She looking beautiful and confident in her role, and I looking frankly awful. Ah well, good for one's vanity, I suppose. All passed off well, though not as well as it would have done if the queen of the party had had some talent as an actress and could give a good performance. Still, I made my speech, she uses air quotes, without disaster. It was only a few words, but people were kind about it. Everybody told me it was all right. I couldn't go as far as believing them, but I think it served sufficiently well. People were sorry for my inexperience, realized I was trying to do my best, and felt kindly towards my effort. My daughter, I may say, did not agree with this. She said, "You ought to have taken more trouble, Mother, and prepared something properly beforehand." But she is she, and I am I, and preparing something properly beforehand often leads in my case to much greater disaster than trusting to the spur of the moment when at any rate chivalry is aroused. "You made theatrical history tonight," said Peter Saunders, doing his best to encourage me. "I suppose that is true, in a way." I know that was a really long passage to read out this late in the episode, but I just think it's so charming, and I just love Agatha Christie. Peter Saunders went on to do these sorts of parties again and again and again and again. He was insatiable as to celebrating the Mousetrap. At one point, when the 3000th performance was coming up, Christie wrote to her agent, Edmund Cork, wondering aloud, "What is Peter's amusing idea for the 3000th? A performance in a plushy aeroplane to Edinburgh?" Janet Morgan is particularly eloquent about Saunders and his effect on Christie when it comes to the publicity surrounding the Mousetrap. And here's another passage from her biography. "It was clear even to Agatha that the Mousetrap was becoming a theatrical monument. The longer it ran, the longer the run would be sustained if, that is, Saunders continued to act as a super ingenious barker. It was therefore evident that Agatha, increasingly averse to self-promotion, would be obliged to participate in one set of hijinks after another as it celebrated successive anniversaries. She swallowed all this, going to Peter's parties, donating the Mousetrap Cup for the handicap steeplechase at Exeter races, which she always attended, being photographed with each new cast, by treating it as a family joke in which her relations also joined, bestowing on her and eventually Matthew, who owned the rights to the Mousetrap, ornamental mice of one sort or another, China mouse cheese covers and so forth, even a diamond ring with a tiny mouse climbing over the wearer's finger. This attitude was shared by British critics. As tourists from every country in the world flocked to the Mousetrap, their seats booked by travel agencies months in advance, or as productions were exported to Tokyo and beyond, so Agatha's countrymen treated the whole enterprise with tolerant hilarity mixed with pride, keeping their dignity by being gently disparaging about something so energetically marketed. But it would be unfair to imply that Agatha was not proud of the Mousetrap. Amazed and amused by its success, she thought it an excellent piece of craftsmanship and cared about the message it conveyed. To the end of her life, she carried in her ever-present handbag a tiny silver mouse sent by an admirer, and, without being aware of it, in moments of particular anxiety, she would stroke it gently. What a lovely image, Agatha Christie stroking her little silver mouse. But I have to say, that just makes me wonder what Peter Saunders would have done with a 70-year anniversary of the Mousetrap. Sir Peter Saunders actually lived till 2003, though he retired in the 90s, I believe, in 1994. But yeah, what would he have done if he was still around now? I shudder to think. How many people do you think would have been invited to the Savoy? There have been over 28,000 performances at this point, so maybe he would have had 28,000. I wouldn't put it past him. I have a few more guesses as to what makes the Mousetrap tick before I close out this episode and put myself out to pasture. I know I'm doing a lot of quoting of Janet Morgan here, but her opinion is unsurprisingly quite sound on why the Mousetrap works. The launching of the Mousetrap, in fact, marked an important moment. Agatha had learned to apply her knack to the theater. Here, too, she instinctively understood what the public wanted. Like her books, her plays had a strong story, a mixture of tragedy and comedy, and a swift pace. Her acts and scenes, like her chapters and paragraphs, closed at exactly the right point, and, as she stimulated her readers by constantly providing new information, so she presented her audience with a succession of characters and possible relationships. Like her books, her plays were intellectually demanding but safe. Violence occurred offstage. By now, Agatha knew her audience as she knew her readers, and her producers, like her editors, acknowledged it. She judged casts and sets as coolly as titles and plots, and she was rarely mistaken. Her theatrical touch was sure. I think Janet Morgan would probably agree that The Mousetrap is a success because it's a great play. Of course, Christie herself opined about the success of The Mousetrap. It had been running for a cool 13 years when she was writing the section of her autobiography where she discusses it. So this would be sometime in 1965 or 66. And here's what she had to say. People are always asking me to what I attribute the success of the Mousetrap. Apart from replying with the obvious answer, luck, because it is luck, 90% luck at least, I should say, the only reason I can give is that there is a bit of something in it for almost everybody. People of different age groups and tastes can enjoy seeing it. Young people enjoy it. Elderly people enjoy it. Matthew and his Eton friends, and later Matthew and his university friends went to it and enjoyed it. Dons from Oxford enjoy it. But I think, considering it and trying to be neither conceited nor overmodest, that of its kind, which is to say a light play with both humor and thriller appeal, it is well constructed. The thing unfolds so that you want to know what happens next, and you can't quite see where the next few minutes will lead you. I think, too, although there is a tendency for all plays that have run a long time to be acted sooner or later, as if the people in them were caricatures, the people in the Mousetrap could all be real people. Christie also credited Richard Attenborough and Sheila Sim for their performances, though she admitted that at the very beginning of its run, potentially when it was still in its regional run before jumping to the West End, she thought that maybe the fact that it had a little bit of everything in it meant that it had fallen between two stools, as she put it, meaning the humor took away from the thrills and vice versa. But happily, that really wasn't the case. And I think she's right. I mean, I do think that the play has what we would call here in the US or in Los Angeles anyway, 4-quadrant appeal, or sometimes you'll hear the phrase 8 to 80, where it really can capture the imagination and the attention of pretty much anyone who sits down in front of it. And that is hard to do. I also think it's funny to witness Christie in her autobiography marveling over the 13 years that the play had run by that point, knowing that it had so many more years, decades actually, to go. And that, you know what? It still does. Perhaps this recording will be quaint 150 years from now when the Mousetrap has been running for well over 200 years. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. And Christie, ever the good writer, especially in her autobiography, sums it up quite nicely, I think, at the end of her musings on the Mousetrap. No doubt about it, she writes, miracles happen. And now, dear listeners, here comes my truly final point I'm going to make about the Mousetrap, which is my personal theory as to why the Mousetrap is such a success. And I don't think that my theory single-handedly explains the phenomenon of the Mousetrap, because I don't think any of these theories can single-handedly explain the Mousetrap. But perhaps along with the other theories I've just explored, it can help. Given my conversation on this episode with Philip O'Neill, you might not be surprised to learn that my theory has to do with the underlying real-life case that inspired Christie, the tragedy of Dennis and Terry O'Neill. I think that similar to the underlying case in Murder on the Orient Express, which also involves the murder of a child, there is a real sympathy that lies with the party to whom Christie ascribes the motive of revenge. Even here, even in the Mousetrap, where the people targeted weren't directly responsible for what happened, we can condemn the revenge instinct, but I think we can also understand it, because the situation is so extreme and so horrific. And I think that helps make the story compelling, which is so important in a mystery. I promise you that I came up with this theory on my own, but then of course I went looking for support, and I found some in the form of Harold Hobson, a Sunday Times drama critic whose comments about the Mousetrap Julius Green quotes in his book. I am convinced that the Mousetrap would never have achieved the longest run in the history of theater had it not been, as well as a very exciting story, a parable of the social outlook of our times. And then Julius himself goes on to say, to my mind, Christie's particular skill as a playwright lies in her ability deftly to deliver this in a manner acceptable to the censor, palatable to the West End family audiences of the early 1950s, and within the considerable constraints of the whodunit format. Straightforward realism, by contrast, is relatively easy to achieve on stage. Here, Julius Green, I fully concur, and even though The Mousetrap is by no means a perfect whodunit or a perfect play, there is real genius in what Christie achieves in this work, which is why it's so ironic to me that in real life, the sibling who survived this horrific experience was able to rise above such feelings and to lead a productive life. That does not make for a good murder mystery, but it is a true story worth remembering all the same. To quote a famous writer, no doubt about it, miracles happen. Well, that is Three Blind Mice / The Mousetrap by Agatha Christie. I am exhausted. You are probably exhausted. If you have made it this far, my congratulations/condolences to you. Wow, I am spent. I might have to wait a little longer to put out the next episode, listeners. That's at least how I'm feeling right now. But in all seriousness, that was a joy to create, and especially to be able to bring on my two guests, Philip O'Neill and Scott Ratner. Thank you to both of those fine gentlemen, and to Christopher Diehl and Nick Cardillo for their crucial contributions to this episode. Apparently, it takes a village to give the Mousetrap its due. An episode befitting its 70-plus year run. I'm so thrilled. For my next episode, whenever that gets released, I am going to be doing more Agatha Christie and the theater. I am going to be talking to an actor who has appeared in 10 Agatha Christie plays. His name is Sam Tang. He is going to rank those 10 plays. We are going to discuss all of them and delight in every single performance. And I can't wait to get his actor's perspective on all those Agatha Christie plays he has starred in. It's going to be a lot of fun and not nearly as long as this episode. Until then, if you want more All About Agatha, do you? Sure you do. You can head on over to the podcast's Patreon page, www.patreon.com/allaboutagatha, or just click on the link in the notes to this episode. As I mentioned, I will be covering Agatha Christie and All That Mousetrap by Hubert Gregg. Just in case you want a little more Mousetrap, you can email me at allaboutthedame@gmail.com. I have asked at several points during this episode for listeners to email me. I love hearing from each and every one of you. So keep those emails coming about all things related to Agatha Christie. You can find the podcast on Twitter at allaboutthedame and on Instagram at allaboutagatha. You can find me on Facebook at Kemper Donovan Books. And you can buy my debut mystery novel, The Busybody, wherever you buy books in the US, the UK, and Australia and New Zealand. I have provided links for all those outlets in the notes to this episode. Please don't be shy. I so appreciate your support. I also appreciate the support of anyone who leaves a rating and or a review. It truly helps the podcast out, and I will see you all next time. Bye.
If you're in business, you probably have a website, but can your site handle your growth? How many visitors before your site slows down or crashes? What about storage and data security? From web hosting to virtual servers, Pair Networks provides the online infrastructure you need to start, grow, and flourish. When it comes to security and updates, don't worry, we've got you covered. Our 24/7 US-based customer support is the best in the industry. No frustrating chatbots or sitting on hold for hours. Check out pair.com today to learn more. That's PAIR.com.
You love podcasts, the stories, the laughs, the unexpected turns. But when this episode ends, the silence starts. Not anymore. Audiobooks.com turns that silence into your next great adventure. With over 450,000 titles, from bestsellers to hidden gems, your love for listening just found its new best friend. And because you already know the joy of audio, we're giving you 3 free audiobooks to start your journey. Imagine your favorite podcast, now with unlimited episodes. That's audiobooks.com. Keep the story going. Sign up for your free trial at audiobooks.com/podcastfree today. Because for podcast lovers like you, the end of an episode is just the beginning. That's audiobooks.com/podcastfree.